Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's Playday 5 of APL Oceania. We are getting to the busy end of the stage to find out which of the four teams will make finals. We've got ourselves 4 big games tonight. Gus, as we get through them, we're going to also start to rule out a couple of teams and their chances of making it to the Final Four.
Yeah, back for another night. It feels like we can't escape OCE all too much at this particular stage, but probably one of the best times to not be missing out on OCE. 2 slots on the line. Finals is going to be an absolute banger, and we're still very much on the path towards it. There's a lot to still be confirmed and plenty of games to still be played. We've had some incredible results, it must be said, so far, and I'm sure there's plenty more around the corner.
I mean, those results back in week 2 as well were, well, fascinating. We had the Grim Reapers in Shy Academy that went through the 2 top teams, the EP and Chiefs, both of them losing out, which was quite fascinating and has really kind of shaken up the overall standings when it comes to the region, as we'll go and have a look at week 2's replays. And I think for me, the biggest surprise wasn't just the fact that Shy Academy won, it's just where did it come from? You know, like, there's a lot of quality within this region, guys, and on any given night in best of ones, we know these things can happen, but there was nothing to suggest that it was going to happen. You look at the first week for Shy Academy, they lost 4-7 to Buggy Boys, they lost 3-7 to Men LFO, and within a week, they go and knock off the 2 best teams. It was very surprising.
Yeah, absolutely. Last week was intense. There were so many intriguing results as a result. The standings have seen a big shake-up, and I think best of ones have reared their ugly head in some respects. I don't think that's totally the case as to why some of the results went the way in which they did. And I think it's going to be intriguing on reflection to see just how much best of ones influence compared to best of threes, and if there are going to be more upsets come finals. But that's for future worries. It is, of course, a best of 1 format for every team. There's still 3 play days remaining, so we'll see if there's more upsets on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of whether there will be more upsets is going to mean also then an upset to the overall standings. So for EP Chiefs, you can drop 1. You can drop 1 best of 1. It's not the end of the world. Chiefs as well was in overtime. At least both of those 2 in particular sit at the top 3, along with Man LFO through the matches that they've played thus far. And as we head into Playday 5 now, after tonight, there's only 2 more nights. So you get into the tail end of the regular season, and certainly there's more emphasis on those towards the bottom than there is to those on top. EP would probably have to lose every game from here, guys, to miss out, so that's unlikely to happen. For Men LFO Chiefs, you probably put them into like a 90% certainty that they'll make top 4. Where I get with that, though, is that 4th spot. That's the one that's most open. Barbie Boy sitting there on 7 points. Those down below looking to try and take that spot. For Arcade, mathematically, not going to be a possibility as we go to today's schedule.
Yeah, let's have a look across, and look, it's all to culminate really in the game of the night, and arguably the game of the best of 1 format in the lead up to finals. It is that final game of Chiefs taking on EP, both of which have been subject to some upset results. At least they were last week, with EP falling first to Shy Academy playing with a substitute, and then in play day 4 last gone, Chiefs losing out again to Shy Academy in overtime. So a little weakened in some respects, I guess, heading into this particular matchup, but excited to see them go toe-to-toe. I think they both backed themselves in to be the better team, and we'll get an answer to that at the end of the night.
And rival Shy Academy must win. If rival lose that game, that 1 best of 1, they're out. They can't make finals. Shy Academy, of course, what they've been able to do over the last week is great, but they probably still need more wins as well, considering their slow start. As I said, Arcade are pretty much out, so Barbie Boys have got to get the job done against the team at the bottom of the standings. And when it comes to Man LFO, 6 targets, our first match of the day, and we'll go to 6 targets, who effectively are in the same position as a couple of other teams. They have to win out from here. There's only 3 games remaining. This one against Man LFO. They then play tomorrow rival esports, and on the last play date next week it's Shy Academy, which could end up being a win and you're in potentially, depending on the results. But it goes without saying they have to win tonight, otherwise very long odds to make finals, I should say now.
Yeah, for a team that on their own word haven't been screwing much, if at all, over the course of this stage, they still very much find themselves in the mix to pluck a top 4 finish. And look, I'd go as far as to say that some of the siege and some of the heads up siege style that they've kind of been looking to employ over the course of the stage has at times served them quite well. They have a couple of highly skilled players on the roster that can mix it with some of the best mechanical players in the league at times when they're able to send them in and have those playmaking opportunities. So they've very much been an exciting team to watch, but it's impossible to say whether or not they'll be able to culminate towards a top 4 finish. Their run home is arguably okay with this Man LFO game this evening. Then they have rival Shy Academy. So take from that what you will. They could probably scrap points, but a decisive top 4 will be tough.
I still feel like they're going to win tonight. If they don't win tonight, the max they can go to is 10 points. Get 6 from the last 2. And then there's stress and pressure that comes with that, having to win both of those. I think if you can knock off Man LFO tonight, not only do you get the 3 points, but you also stop Man LFO from picking up points themselves, who, by the way, have to still play Chiefs and Enterprise. So if Man LFO do lose tonight, guys, to 6 targets, not only are they helping a competitor, they do hinder themselves as well by essentially then having 2 very difficult games to close out the stage. They could then find themselves stranded on 10 points.
Yeah, let's have a look across at their opponent for this evening. Man LFO have also had a pretty intriguing stage in how they've been able to shape up. Currently sitting second in the overall standings, equal on points with first of Chiefs. So it's been a success for them so far. I suppose for a little bit of context as to how they've arrived here, though, a win over Arcade and Shy Academy fell short in OT to Barbie Boys, and most recently took down Rivals. So arguably they have one of the more tricky runs home, and it sort of culminates into the final week where they take on, or the final 2 play days rather, where they take on both Chiefs and EP. So Man LFO potentially could have their numbers inflated, but I think it would be unjust to not say that the siege in which they have produced, and you can only play the opponent that's on offer on the night, has been quite good.
Yeah, I think that for Man LFO, they're the kind of team that really need to be making finals. If they don't, it's going to be a very disappointing stage based on what we've seen from them so far. And they should have, you would imagine, the quality to take out a team like 6 targets and kind of maybe end their campaign. That's got to be their goal. Be in the best position possible going into those last 2 games against Chiefs and Enterprise, and kind of then see what you can do there in those best of ones. A little bit less pressure then going into those games. If they can get themselves to the 13 points, that should probably lock them into a top 4 position, barring anything weird. I don't even know if they would mathematically be able to miss out, but it would be incredibly unlikely. And they've honestly showed really good quality at this stage, as many teams I think in this region really have, guys. That's been the biggest, most pleasing aspect for me, is that Oceania hasn't just ended up being this Chiefs v EP, at least up until this point. Things change. We know we've probably been in this position before, and then we get to finals and it's those 2 teams regardless, but at least there's a little bit more competition up until that point, if it does eventuate. And certainly with what Shy Academy were able to do, it sends a message to the rest of the competition, certainly to a team like Man LFO, like, hey, those guys are vulnerable, they are gettable. And we've heard, Sally kind of talk about what Men LFO are trying to do this stage, 1 game at a time, but they back themselves in with confidence, get to finals, get to best of 3s. Who knows what can happen from there, especially with 2 slots.
Yeah, I think at this stage, if anything so far, has sort of kept teams honest. If you have a bad night, probably more than ever, you really can find yourself exposed. So for Man LFO, I think it's more about just going inside of the server, grinding away, as they have thus far. Let's have a look at the map veto for tonight and roll that roulette reel as Sharky gets ready for tonight. Interested to see what style of map these 2 will want to go to. If I'm Man LFO, I'm probably wanting to lean pretty heavily into a map that's offers a little more strategic depth and is reliant on good structure, and Nighthaven Labs can certainly be that style of map. 6 targets to start out on defense.
Yeah, a little history. Man LFO's only last week they beat Rival Esports on this very map 7-3. 6 targets do get to start on defense. Last time they played it was back in kickoff against Shy Academy. That was a 4-7 loss though. So again, not a lot of data to really kind of look too much at. 6 targets have played Bank, they've played Clubhouse, they've played Consulate, they've played Lair. Now they play Nighthaven Labs. So 5 different games, 5 different maps. We'll see if this one works out for them. They start defenses. We'll get into it. 6 targets versus Man LFO. A pretty big game, as most of them will be tonight. Heading into play day 5. These are the games you got to win. Lock yourself into a top 4 position. Otherwise, you may miss out altogether. And that certainly could be the case for 6 targets.
Absolutely could be. It's a critical match, particularly for them. But for Man LFO as well, it's about setting up the perfect platform for the final two matches, arguably their two most challenging of the stage. And if they are truly looking to pitch themselves as the top team, even if they want to go that far and get that ideal seeding for finals, then this should be a pretty breezy game. But I think if OCE has taught us anything so far, nothing really comes for free. And they'll need to play well tonight if they are to get these 3 points across the line, especially starting out on attack. The onus will be on them to set the tempo early and try to break the structure of 6 targets as we roll through the operator ban phase. Solid Snake Kai, the first wave. Snake has certainly been popular for many teams, many different play styles, is very versatile, offers a lot on map entry, but then is also execute, can relay a ton of info for the final push. Dokkaebi also hot talking point in her reworked fashion, still yet to be adjusted and trimmed back. And so it's double info bans on the side of 6T. Man LFO with a focus on Heartbridge Denial, following up the Kaid with Bandit.
The only win so far at this stage for 6 targets came back on Playday 2, 7-4 victory over Arcade, of course, who have yet to find any real success. And well, for 6 targets, if they want to make finals, yeah, it's pretty much win everything from here. And mostly, you got to win this one at least to deny Man LFO, pick up your own 3 points, then give yourself a chance going into the last 2 playdays. So this is must win for 6 targets. And while it's not must win for Man LFO, guys, they can still get, of course, a point or 2 against the likes of EP and Chiefs. That would probably lock in a top 4. I think you'd rather just go into those games stress-free. So it's not must-win for Man LFO, but it would be a nice win to have to book yourself a pretty comfortable position in the top 4. 6 targets as they begin on defense, though. They must win this game. And they've shown decent quality at times throughout this stage. You think about, of course, Sword coming in initially as a substitute. He's been able to make pretty good headways in his debut. They've got good quality on this roster. It's just a matter of putting it all together on one given night, one given map in a best of 1. Sharky goes onto the Monty. That's going to be their method of entry on the attack for Man LFO. Top floor, Nighthaven Labs. Not easy to take. They go double hard breach alongside that Monty. It's a clear emphasis on opening up the likes of IT, Con meeting side, and then the slow push from their Monty.
I like the inclusion of the Nook as well in the round here for Pluto. He currently sits as the top-rated player league-wide for this matchup. 5th in OCE. And B is actually not trailing too far behind in 7th, both with a successful stage so far. Pluto notably +9 on entry. It's actually 10-1 on entry. Don't know if that will necessarily be his primary objective on the Nook in this round, but maybe he can find himself in a playmaking position. Second floor Con at the moment. That's definitely going to be a key metric to track in this matchup, that entry duel. We know that in most cases, the conversion rate will be positive, and when you're on the attack especially, you can apply pressure early, but Pluto actually loses, so loses only his 2nd entry duel of the stage so far to Sword, who's been a big talking point with his sub-status over the course of the stage, so credit to him. Was immediately traded, but damage already done.
One for one. Sword can sit back, though, and watch the Yokais courtesy of Lane. I don't know who that is.
The mystery man.
Air jab out from Elements. Getting set up for this Rafters push. Watched, though, by King. So there's that mirror window available as well. So pretty comfortable. Beers gets the kill onto Orion. But immediately trade. Karma gets him back. Push through from Sharky into Rafters. Available to get rid of that mirror. And shot in the back. Hunter caught. Karma active inside a server. As 6 targets have got themselves a 3 versus 1 advantage. Only Sharky on the Monty left. And this attack has just petered out. But it's certainly off the back of 6 targets. Just getting active on the defense. Sharky trying desperately with a pistol. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough as Lane pushes in. Gets the final kill of the round. I'm imagining Lane is Zephy. Nico out tonight. But it's a good start for 6 targets.
Yeah, confirmation it is, in fact, Zephy. Certainly a competent player and can have influence inside of the server. Wouldn't be surprised if we're saying that name a little bit tonight. Unfortunately, his stats actually heading into this play day haven't necessarily been the greatest, but just the one map shown, so take from that what you will. Probably not too much to read into there. 6 targets have certainly had some player swaps over the course of the stage, and stability, probably not a word that comes to mind when thinking about this team, but they have individual talent. Swords looked promising, and in fact he had big influence in that round. As I was mentioning prior, Pluto is the highest rated player inside of the lobby, 5th overall in the region. He was 10-1 on entry leading up to the opening round here on Labs. Now 10-2 courtesy of Sword, and whilst he was immediately traded, I think 6 targets were immediately able to pounce into action, some good repositioning. They didn't allow Man LFO to dictate too much tempo in that round, and they made top floor difficult to break down, which it really should be when you have the Azami up, when you have the mirror up, etc, etc, etc. When you have those operators in your toolkit, top floor should be, obviously nothing is quite 100% must win, or should be won, but I think when you have that comp available, second floor is brutal to attack into if you defend it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, the real test is going to come on basement and control storage, isn't it? As is usually the case on this map. But also, these are the kind of games where, pending the schedule for Man LFO, if this were play day 1, maybe they would have won this comfortably. But it's a do or die game for 6 targets. They come into it with a different mindset. Reloading. Knowing what's at stake just raises the tension inside of the server. Every round so important in the best of 1. Darky gets onto the blitz this round. Again, the double hard breach, though, will be the play for Man LFO, and they don't really opt to bring either any kind of roam clear or even soft breach. It's an intriguing lineup. I mean, in theory, the Lion, of course, can help a little bit with the Lion scans, 2 remain. But heavy emphasis on the potential hard breach. On the flip side for 6 targets, they're keeping it really compact. 5 site, they'll play the Echo again. This lane is going to get a burst, and Karma's going to find the kill. Damage on the Sharky as well. Freebie, start to the round for 6 targets.
No, I've well and truly cast a curse Pluto so far here on this map. One of the best entry players in the league, struggling early here on Labs. Oh. And Sharky caught out, shot in the feet, was low on HP. Again, Sword finds himself traded, and they've stabilized better this time around. Man LFO, it's a 3 versus 3. 60 seconds, time not a concern. Final Lion scan goes out, but a hard breach still available, and plenty of projectiles also in the inventory of this attack. Equally those 6 targets for Gas Babes and Veltcams to play off.
Do like the fact that Beers has already pushed into Animus. Horizontal push from the breach. Hunter and Elements do need to find a way to sync up with him, though, because, yeah, I mean, you said before time wasn't a factor, but now it certainly will become a factor. And when you've got to deal with these yokais, potentially even Vulcan canisters that may still be laying within the site. Orion and Lane, 1 apiece. Beers never got those reinforcements. And in the end, Lane hits another shot. Well, he's come in hot tonight to start for 6 targets. It's 2 straight here on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 targets will be pleased with how they've been able to open their account here. 2 primaries in the bank for defense on the first rotation. Man LFO, I doubt, will be too deterred by that. Certainly not the result, but maybe in which how the rounds have sort of played out. They're not getting Pluto active. Some of the sync lates not being off. Minute to go in that round. The double stack cargo, was that ultimately the correct decision? They found themselves entering an awkward cross, and Beers was still isolated above. So feels like there's been a little bit of disconnect so far from Man LFO, but very early days and nothing that can't be corrected. Replay package of that prior round. Sword again having impact in the round, and was traded out. Minute to go. Whittled down another 30 seconds, but then walking into a very difficult, if not impossible, cross there to break down cargo stairs. Well played by 6 targets defensively. Really good read. But now the real test on the tertiary side.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one, isn't it? You win this, if you're 6 targets, that's 3. You may as well almost put in 4, going back to command server. Obviously not a given, but on the more likely side. This is what you don't want if you're Man LFO as well. Giving your opponent, who absolutely must win this game, a little bit of that hope. early on in the piece. You mentioned, of course, before, Pluto's been such a standout for Men LFO this stage, yet to fire a shot, 0-2. He's not the only one. But I think one aspect of this game, though, only 2 rounds in, but it's pretty evident that 6 targets are happy to be a little bit aggressive on the defense without being overly aggressive. None of this kind of spawn peeking or run out, but just active, moving around, happy to take fights. Certainly from Karma, he's 3-1, but it's his positioning in these rounds that's been on the more aggressive. Even right here, good example. Little peek over towards IT, doesn't spot anyone. Summers have been able to open up the wall, but in a very jumbled way.
I'm changing maps.
Yeah, minute down, and Man LFO looking to get value above, but eagerly contested. Karma to play the front line, IT. And with Keeper Barrier is able to reinforce his position. Gets caught out by the air jab. It goes unpunished though.
On purpose.
Yeah, perhaps ate it. Orion was holding the line. Eating utility now as well. This clear from Man LFO has not been efficient.
King gets the opening kill.
Oh my goodness,
onto
he's
Pluto
died
as
again.
well. 0-3. 3 straight opening deaths for Pluto. He has not fired a shot. Beers, though, he keeps hitting his. Gets the kill onto Karma. Swords down. Lane will fall as well. And Shark is into storage. It's unraveled quickly for 6 targets. That's going to be a successful plant. Good cover from Hunter as well. And only King left. Man LFO are going to steal the tertiary site.
Yeah, pretty good tempo there in towards the objective. I think doing a better job to probably exploit the structure there from the defense of 6 targets, which was expected to be tested there on the tertiary. Doesn't quite hold up. The beauty of this particular map, and also kind of how the ops have been banned out as well, that there's still a very, very good possibility that they can go back when the primaries get a free shot on the next tertiary, and that would still shape up as a 4-2 or even a 5-1, and that's a winnable position for them. The onus is going to be on Man LFO in the next 2 rounds, finding a way to break down what they've seen previously, operating under the assumption that 6 targets go for a pretty similar hold. The Izami out does potentially weaken top floor significantly, so we'll see how they look to adapt there. They bring Allah in, so trading out the Izami, which is now unavailable, of course, for a little more trap.
Look back at the replay, and it was really the barrage into storage that ended up winning the round for Man LFO. Now, a lot of focus from 6 targets to defend IT. Feels like that's how that site typically goes, doesn't it? It's just that attacking rush into storage and hope for the best. Just enough pressure was created. IT walls opened up, the air jabs, a bit of a fighting back and forth meant that 6 targets didn't really have eyes that were able to play the vert.
5 seconds left.
Well, so far this one kind of going to script though. Now 2-1 scoreline at this point through the rotation of the sites. It's about par for the course for both teams. But it does somewhat put the pressure back on the 6 targets now. Certainly here into round 4. Must win this top floor. They've done a great job at shutting down Pluto, but he goes on to the Deimos now. 0-3. If he can start to have impact, he can certainly be a difference maker.
I feel like I've been doing this for a while, and I can't recall the time I've cast a curse to play as hard as I have Pluto. His interest stat was so good heading into tonight, and it's been anything but here on Labs so far. At least in the last round, Man LFO were able to make up for that by finding space directly into the site as a result. Whereas on the primaries, it was a little more difficult to trade that space.
Reloading.
On the Deimos for this particular round, trying to influence likely from below. Good counter onto the mirror specifically. Those power positions are typically pretty predictable, or at least it's pretty easy to adapt to them once you get information. Minute down in the round, exterior con open, bit of pressure over towards rafters. Trap utility though from the Denari compromising this push a wee bit, as Elements tries to offer protection on this warehouse mez position. Midpoint of the round. How did Man LFO look to break open sight?
Oh no. There's
You
not
can't
a
script it. You
chance.
cannot. It got traded immediately again, like every other one.
And it's a fourth different player as well. So he's died 4 straight opening deaths, and it's 4 different players.
That's it. That is insane.
But it is the Echo off the board. I mean, all things considered, Lane's been playing quite well. He's playing the Echo, no longer can control those yokais. This is not awful for Men LFO. At this point, they've been playing without Pluto anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I am concerned though that the lack of verticality here could prove costly. A couple deployable shields, lack of explosives. But I mean, they're just winning gunfights horizontally anyway, so maybe it won't be too much of a cause of concern. But inside of electrical, traded. Good work from Beers.
Yeah, I mean, just a heavy emphasis to clear out that electrical position for Man LFO, 43 seconds. Beers into service, by the way, going for the plant. King wanted to try and make the dash, but caught at the wall by Sharky. Top floor is going to go the way of Man LFO. This is a disaster for 6 targets, despite, again, shutting down Pluto early. There's not a lot Karma can do. Caught by Beers through the doorway. They take top floor. They get their second round.
Yeah, some nice adjustments there on the side of the attack from Man LFO, breaking down some of the defense nicely. The ranged hard breach of the Ace especially was good counterplay onto the mirror, opened up a bit more on the warehouse side. And despite Pluto dying first, it was, again, immediately traded. So the trade game has been pretty positive from them so far. On a couple of occasions, they found that almost immediately. And whilst that did strip them from the vertical element, horizontally, their gunplay, their synchronization was really good. So, yeah, well rewarded on that occasion. 6 targets electing not to go basement on the follow-up, and instead it will return back to the top floor with some slight adjustments in the lineup. So the Echo and the Allah, alongside Denari, all dropped heading into this round. It's just the Warden and the Mirror to assist. They'll bring Tuber out to try and counteract some of that hard breach, presumably, that caused havoc in the last round. Legion for some trap instead of Ella, and some catch from the Y, indicating that maybe they look to play a little more aggro in some of these power positions and trying to make it more challenging for Man LFO to flush.
Well,
Can we get a Pluto cam, by the way? Can we I just want to watch Pluto for this round and see what happens to the man if he gets cheesed again.
At least, just stick on Pluto until the opening death. That's all we need to see. But he's now dropped, guys, from 3rd for entry percentage to 9th of 4 rounds. That's just insane. IT gets opened up. A second go at it on command server for 6 targets. Makes sense considering the map. Kind of need to win this and the next now. Must get to 4 on the defense. They would know coming into this game, it's must win. Started well in the opening 2 rounds, but Man LFO have started to get going even without their star player performing. It's Beers who's stood up. It's Hunter who stood up. It's Pluto who's taking his time.
Yeah, he's posturing for that vert contest onto the likes of Sword, Con, Mirror. We're just being additionally cautious of any defenders rotating below. Midpoint of the round, and the defense looking strong at the moment from 6 targets. Good power position still held. I think the Chaos Lay will begin once Pluto goes for that first target. The attack is starting to encroach.
He hasn't moved for 30 seconds. I think now he'll start moving because Beers is the opening death. It's Orion that gets the kill. Vendetta out for Pluto. Deathmark activated onto Karma. Sharky gets the kill back onto King. No longer able to defend Rafter's position. Pluto actually just goes straight up blue. Not looking to play vertically. Looking to be aggressive, but you do have the footholds. It's a difficult position to push through.
Flash.
They deal with Orion. Element's getting that headshot kill, and they've got good pinch pressure now through IT and blue. He's clear though for lane. 2 of them over towards blue. Elements towards IT. Wins the battle against Sword. Sword needed to win that one. Now surely too much pressure for lane. At the mirror window, gets the kill onto Hunter. Pluto's down. It's a 1v1. Pistol out, but Elements with his own pistol. 2 straight on the top floor for Man LFO. And they take the lead on Nighthaven Labs.
A little dicey there from Elements, but had a had a strong round. We saw the flash prior over towards AT Breach. Orion, a massively aggressive position, which would have caught him out had it not been for that utility. Perhaps there was also some complementary information. And then, yeah, it clutched up some of the trap util, I think it was, to find the second last down for the defense. But here comes up clutch. It's back-to-back wins on the top floor. I think, obviously, man LFO refining things. The luck of the army as well, compromising the defense. A little unfortunate there for Sword. You can see his reaction in the chat. Pluto fell. Doesn't go down as a death for this particular round because it concluded, so we were somewhat pleased about that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
As we go down to basement for the final round of the half.
Yeah, look, not impossible for 6 targets to get attacking rounds on labs. Most of that will probably have to come from basement and the tertiary, unless they too can kind of steal one on the top floor. This does put them in an awkward predicament now. And while command server's usually the go-to site, you lose it twice in a row. I think you lose that privilege of giving it one more go. They did win basement. They're not awful. 5 straight opening kills for 6 targets on the defensive labs, and they've given up 3 straight rounds. They will rue those missed opportunities.
Yeah, they may well. Could be quite costly as we go back to the Pluto camp.
Oh, surely.
Oh, he's dead. Uh-oh.
Shouldn't get this kill. Oh, he does. Oh, he does get him.
Okay.
Yeah, Sword's not ready for it.
I was waiting for the pop-up. I got scared.
Well, he's on the board. He gets himself not only a kill, but an opening kill, and it's on to Sword, who's unfortunately had a very difficult game so far in this half. 2 and 6 for the rookie. And Karma hunting as well, but it feels like it's starting to fall apart for 6 targets after what seemed like the perfect start. It was the perfect start. That's a 1-for-1 trade between Pluto and Karma. You take that though if you're man LFO. You keep the numbers advantage, and Sharky through the floorboards will find the kill onto King, leaving the defense in disarray. Ryan forced to push cargo, gets the kill onto Hunter. Nitrocell thrown up, might connect, no. Just shy of the stairwell. And the push down from Elements forthcoming, and Biz and Sharky combine. It's 4 straight for men LFO as they take a 2-round lead into the half.
This world is so cold and deceiving, filled with lies and disguises and cheating. I got just the right sugar to sweeten, turn it all to the Garden of Eden. I can make the gray turn gold, I can make the sun come out, I can make the bland turn bold, show you what it's all about. I can make all your edges smooth, I can make your visions come true. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I make a brand new. Just like a filter. All of them flaws, baby, what's done yours? Let's bang the drum. I can give you a rhyme and a reason. You just have to give in to the feeling. Don't you know that believing and seeing? Let me paint you a world you can dream in. I can make it colorful, I can make the sharpness blur, I can make it possible, I can make the surface pure, I can let you into paradise, I can make it all just seem alright. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I make a brand new. Just like a filter. All of
Well, it's not looking great for Six Targets as they find themselves in a bit of a hole in a must-win game. They're facing the prospect of not making top 4 if they lose from here. Now they've got a very difficult task. They need to get at least a minimum of 4 attacking rounds here on Nighthaven Labs against what's been a very good Man LFO team this stage, guys. I think if you were to look at this game realistically, take out all of the preemptive storylines regarding positions and finals and things like that, you'd probably say from here, Man LFO could go on and win this 7-2, 7-3. But you have to sort of think that for Six Targets, they've got one last bullet to fire in their hopes of still making finals.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how this second half does develop. Six Targets had their moments, had plenty of them in the first half. First 5 rounds, a big kill went their way. Sure, a couple of those immediately were traded by Man LFO, but despite that, they had opportunities of advantage. Didn't quite capitalize on all of them. Man LFO with 1 or 2 clutch moments as well. That probably was the difference maker in terms of the scoreline as it sits currently. Bans for the second half as we head to top floor. It is the Warden Clash. Monty Ying, so very different philosophy for this ban phase as opposed to back in the first half where it was largely info gathering taken out from the attack. The Snake Dockerbee, the lowering of the Capital as well was also off the board, and defensively big emphasis on hard breach denial, most notably the Bandit and the Kaid. So as you can see here, it's shaped up quite differently for the second half, and we'll see what kind of an influence that may have.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Man LFO. They've been able to do such a good job in that first half on their attack. When Pluto was struggling, they didn't get an opening kill until the very last round in the 6th. So they were pretty consistently at a disadvantage. But I mean, you pointed out there were a couple of times there were the instant trades anyway, so it did kind of offset things rather than 4v5. There were a lot of those kind of 4v4 rounds. Not really in particular any close rounds though individually. The lowest survival was actually back in round 5 with 2 alive. Everything else was 3+. Hasn't really been too much of a close contest between these two. Pressure's on now for Six Targets. Top floor Labs, not easy to attack into, but clearly Man LFO showed the path forward. Did it twice, back in rounds 4 and 5 themselves.
Enemy device at my 12. Reload!
Yeah, Thatcher in play here for the 7th round in an attempt to aid sword on the ace for hard breach. Nitro Cell electrical, and it lands perfectly. Elements has been, in my opinion, one of the better players inside of the server so far today. He's had some big influential moments. Think about the clutch on the attack top floor, and he opens the account nicely here for their defensive half. Karma himself can be an impact player. Take that off the board. Now only the 4 guns up for 6 targets. And into a defense that has the mirror and the Izami available. It's going to be tough. Sword falls as well. And it's now Man LFO's round to lose.
It was the 3rd Nitro just thrown out as well by Beers. His is the only one that didn't connect. Fighting towards IT. And this wall is a bit shambolic as well. King does hit a headshot. Hunter won his battle though. 4 versus 2. Lane just desperately trying to push in through Con. Does get the down and the kill onto Hunter. Low on health though in that exchange. King desperately hoping that Pluto will go for a swing, or at least someone will go for a swing towards IT. Right now though, Man LFO have the capability of just kind of tucking in, hiding. Letting that clock drain down. 35 seconds left as King edges closer towards electrical. Lane will play con side. Okay, he's just going to swing.
Not many other options left, to be honest.
No, there was not.
The swing and hope.
Lane is also in the same position. Swing and hope. Hopes, though, have been crushed. And the hope of finals for 6 targets may well be crushed as well. Now down 5-2 as King chows on down for dinner.
Yeah, a bit of boy kibble, but yeah, unfortunately for them, this match is starting to go a little astray. looking competitive in the opening phase, but then especially through that second rotation on defense,
Protect your bombs from being defused
it looked
by
like Man
attackers.
LFO had their number, and that was a decisive defensive win. Although, again, Mira Azami available, first attempt, top 4 for the defense. Back them in to win it 9 times out of 10, especially given that they are the favorite team of the two. We'll see if that dynamic is to change now going forward. Man Alpha with reinforcements way off site, and the kind of utility that can be complementary to a big map roam here. And I like that from Man LFO, basement site, but investing top floor, warehouse, etc. And with Valkyrie for information, the solos as well, bit of trap on offer too. I think they're the kind of team that are going to thrive with this style of defense.
It's been a good game though for Men LFO. A 6 targets roster that has shown decent quality at times this stage. Started well, they got the opening 2 rounds. They had to win this game. Men LFO then have just been able to show their real quality this stage, that they're a true contender. The EP Chiefs slightly vulnerable with their losses last week. Men LFO know that the gap may not be that large, but it's all about just shaping up to be in the best form possible heading into finals. So that comes with winning these kind of games, coupled with the fact that they're going to play Enterprise and Chiefs in the last 2 playdays. Come on, into tank, go for the plant. Orion struggling to get this gate activated. Sharky, and he's able to deny on the solos though from above inside of control. As Beers did go down, leaves us now in a 4v4. It needs to be reacquired, and the man that was close by, Orion, loses his life to Hunter. Lane has acquired the kit. Sword does have 2 smokes that he could throw out to help out his Glaz, but right now Lane is just stuck in the middle of the tank. Sword does get the trade onto Hunter, but again, it just feels like 6 targets are always behind the 8 ball.
And have a dult. Or with the vertical element, as Sword gets lit up on entry, that will be relayed. And kit yet to be acquired here by the attack. It's a tough position for 6 targets. Couple of members low though for Man LFO, so certainly not unwinnable, but it's going to take some sharp shooting. It doesn't look like they have the greatest wealth of information. Elements spotted storage. Don't know if Pluto's position is known, and it felt like Sharky on his lurk control room side also has not been accounted for unless King just spotted him on that particular storage side drone. So maybe they have a decent read, but converting that into a winnable round is still a lot to ask for. Sword down below. He'll look to plant. King above to cover.
Sharky is trying to find this, but Sword has been able to successfully get the plant down in the corner. And with King still outside, he could catch them in the back here. They might not be aware of his presence. Element certainly doesn't seem like he is aware. Shot in the back, but Sword goes down. It may force King to have to play the site or the vert. Has a bit of ping information. Straight on for the counter defuse is Pluto. King a little hesitant on the drop. I think he was going to be covered anyway, to be honest. As Man LFO make it 6 straight rounds.
Yeah, always put him in a tricky position there. Trying to plant to negate the vert then means that it's not a major option when you're trying to secure the post. And you're right, I agree. The drop there, again, 9 times out of 10 gets covered. Even if it's not, your first instinct is going to be to plant, going to be to shoot the counter defuse. It had to be immediately, and then it probably would have been traded anyway. So a solid effort there from King. Not much more that he could do in that position. It's now time for the tertiary site as Man LFO set their sights. I'm closing this one out. Walk away with all 3 points. And it'll, barring a catastrophe, all but confirm them for finals. And I think it's going to make the last couple of playdays for them quite enjoyable. I think it's basically a free shot for them to see what they can muster against both EP and Chiefs. It's probably not entirely free in the sense that they'll be gunning for top seed, I imagine, and that is a very realistic prospect for them. But even in a situation in which maybe it doesn't quite go their way, they'll have the comfort of that finals slot, and they can take learnings from those two games, which will be arguably their two most difficult so far.
6 targets are on the verge of elimination from this stage. Of course, they'll still play out the final 2 play days, but their ability to make finals is going to be null and void unless they can win 4 straight, which, I mean, right now has not seemed really like a possibility. Despite winning the opening 2 rounds, that feels like a lifetime ago. And here's control storage. It is the tertiary site. This is very much a last hope, last opportunity. But even if you do win this site, this round, and it's back to the top floor. IT reinforced off by the shockwire batteries of Beers.
Yeah, the other factor to consider as well in terms of the context of the standings, man, LFO even on points with Chiefs right now. Well, I guess technically not right now because they got at least 1 OT point, but heading into the night we're equal on points. Trailing there by 1 round in terms of round diff. And so there will be a little bit of extra motivation, whether they know it or not right now, to get this done as quickly as possible, because that could be what sets these top teams apart for the final seeding.
Halfway through this round, not a lot of action. Although, finally, 6 targets pushing in on this top floor, but it's Lane that goes down first on the sledge, courtesy of Beers over towards Lounge. Push through electrical and connectors the play for 6 targets. Again, it's tertiary site, so do still need to get some pressure on that first floor eventually, but they're looking to just get top down first. So far, so good. Largely evacuated by the defense, but the fact is that they did lose the sledge, and he's a big part in, well, helping facilitate the pressure that you can have when you've got this top floor. They've lost a big piece of the puzzle for what they want to do.
Yeah, a lot more limited now, I think. Sword will have shotgun secondary, but it is going to slow the progress of this vert, make it more tedious, and breach charge back up, for instance, so it is a big loss. Beers will continue his lurk con side of the map, and so with no dedicated flank watch on offer here from 6 targets, that's also a threat that they'll need to be mindful of. I guess fortunately they didn't open up much vert for him to be able to exploit. 30 seconds, can't with a foothold, warehouse, but he falls.
Yeah, what an angle held by Pluto. Sword falling as well. Desperate attempt into storage is not going to work. Shut down by Hunter. Holding the basement angle from below. King does get the down onto Beers, but it's going to be a 7-2 victory for Man LFOs. They get another 3 points. It will put them to 13 points. Intriguing headshot from King onto Sharky. Irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, though. The better team wins out. Dominant 7 straight rounds from Man LFO. After giving up the opening 2, it did not matter for them. They held their nerve, they held their composure, and they get all 3 points, and they're very much surely on their way to finals.
Yeah, the first couple of rounds giving us false hope that this would be a close encounter. 6 targets looked quite strong at the beginning here on Labs, but Man Alpha were quickly able to change that narrative. And as it stands, currently the #1 team in OCE, and they could even walk away at the end of the night pending that Chiefs EP match as retaining that position. So big result for them, but they'll have their sights set on their next 2 opponents, being both Chiefs and EP.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big one, isn't it? Of course, I'm not 100% sure whether Man LFO are 100% locked in, but there's still a lot of other games that will most likely mean it will fall their way based on the fact they are on the 13 points. We'll see how it transpires. Of course, they've got big games coming up, Chiefs and Enterprise, but it seems like this has been the best warm-up for those respective games. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better lead-in if you're Man LFO. So far, they've just been able to kind of run through a lot of this league, largely with not really any kind of blemishes. There was the 1 loss that they had back on Playday 3, but that was an overtime against Barbie Boys. Barbie Boys currently in 4th as well. I think you can kind of, in some ways, forgive them for that particular loss against a decent opponent, going to overtime, still picked up a point. So it's been a very good stage so far for Man LFO, and we'll see what they can do over the next 2 play days. They don't need to win those games, but they've got to make sure that they can at least be competitive going into finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's too early to call as to how influential the seeding will be. There's probably a possibility in which 4th place, for instance, can still make it through to the top 2. So it's not going to probably dictate massively how their stage plays out, but I think it's going to be a good test as to whether or not their structures, their systems, their play style, does it actually match against the top dogs? Because ultimately they're going to probably need to beat one or even both of them if they are to make EWC.
Oh, well, we've got our interview ready. It's going to be with Beers for Men LFO after their victory. Congratulations, Beers. In the end, emphatic 7 straight after the first 2 rounds. I do have to ask an indirect question. It's not to you, or well, it is to you, but it's not for you. I just want to ask, what was Pluto's mental like after that 4th opening death at the start of the game? Was he in good spirits, or was he a little bit tilted?
He was having a fantastic time, obviously. Just complaining about some of the stuff he was dying to, so I was probably... I felt like they were like just trolling sometimes, to be honest. So it feels probably reflected that, so I was getting mad.
Yeah, fair enough. Congrats on the win. I mean, you guys ended up dominating in the end. It feels like today and sort of the rest of the stage has been a lead into the final couple of play days for you. Of course, Chiefs into EP. What's the mindset heading into those games? Is it 100% serious? Are you just going to chill a little bit given that top 4 is basically locked in? What's kind of the mindset?
Oh, we locked in for playoffs now?
I don't want to say officially, but I think an asteroid would probably have to hit Earth for you to not make it.
There's a lot that would have to go wrong. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all. We'll just try our best. It's just a BO1. Anything can happen, obviously. But, we'll hope to get those extra points. Seeding is pretty important for playoff.
Obviously, if you guys do make finals, it seems like that's likely to happen, and then best of 3s. How do you guys feel like you're going to be able to translate your regular season success through these best of 1s, etc., then into the best of 3 format?
We've had a bit of a mindset shift. We're a bit more like laid back, just focusing on having fun, and I think it's reflecting in our results. We're playing a lot better. I think hopefully this time around playoffs can go on.
Anything that you'd like to say, Piers? I'll give you the floor.
I shout out Sword. He was talking a lot of crap going up into this game, and he played pretty well. He was -6, so shout out Sword.
Thank you so much, Piers. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations again. Man, LFO looking pretty likely to go on and make finals after their 7-2 dominating victory against 6 targets. Again, it all comes down to the other permutations. I'm sure there's other results. I don't believe they're 100% locked in, girls, but yeah, they're pretty close. Maybe there's 1 or 2 results. Yeah, exactly. That's the way it's going to go. Of course, Rival Esports and Shy Academy up next. That's another big one. It's another do or die as well. Rival must win.
Yeah, absolutely. The matchups tonight really are influential towards the final standings. So very much excited for that matchup. Shy Academy seem to be in some otherworldly best of 1 form at the moment, and we'll see if there's more to follow in the 5th Play-Doh.
Yeah, they're the Grim Reapers at the moment. They knocked off Enterprise. They beat Chiefs in overtime. Let's see if they can then, therefore, eliminate Rival from making finals. We'll find out after the break.
메탈 기어 솔리드 2였고 제가 제일 좋아했고 뭐 컴퓨터도 있었어가지고 뭐 RTS, FPS, TPS 정말 여러 장르를 하면서 이제 FPS 할 때가 제일 즐거웠던 것 같습니다. 근데 저한테는 8살 아래 남동생이 있고 남동생한테도 레인보우식스를 추천을 해서 같이 해봤었는데 한 중학교인가 초등학교 6학년 때 생각보다 잘하고 제가 게임 지식만 알려주고 뭐 에임은 저보다 반응 속도나 이런 건 좋더라고요. 피가 이어져 있는지 모르겠는데 그래가지고 생각보다 즐겁게 했었어요. 스트레스도 안 받고 좀 못해도 귀여우니까 특히 저희 아빠가 클라우드9에서 제의가 왔다는 소식을 듣고 제가 어떻게 할지 고민하는 척 연락을 해봤는데 오히려 부모님이 더 좋아하시면서 절대로 해라, 너 이거 안 하면 너 끝이다 하면서 무조건 하라고 등 떠밀어 주셨던 기억이 있어요. 아직 국제전 우승은 없어가지고 막 그렇게 특별한 기억은 없는데 그래도 막 국내 대회 우승하거나 해외 진출한다고 했을 때 막 부모님이 막 회사 사람들한테 자랑하거나 그리고 막 제 프로필 사진을 메신저 프로필 사진으로 바꿔놓는다거나 막 그런 건 보였어. 민망하기도 한데 뭐 한편으로는 좀 뿌듯하기도 하고 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요. 본인한테 들은 얘기로는 운동선수 쪽으로 간다고 하고 e스포츠 커리어는 뭐 저랑 같이 게임했다 정도밖에 없는 것 같아요. 좀 복합적인 것 같은데 그래서 저는 레인보우 식스를 플레이하기 전까진 다른 게임에서 경쟁심이라는 걸 딱히 느껴본 적이 없었는데 이제 이 게임을 시작하고 나고 이제 저보다 약하다고 생각하는 사람들한테 지거나 할 때부터 약간 막 가슴에서 좀 불이 나는 듯한 느낌이 들으면서 이게 뭔가 계속 열심히 하는 게 이제 꾸준히 반복되다 보니까 이렇게 된 것 같네요. 제가 처음 시즈를 만나게 된 건
Well, as we return here for Play Day 5 of APL Oceania, things don't get any easier for some of these teams. This now being the opportunity for Rival. Must-win game, guys, or they will not be able to make the finals, which is essentially top 4. For Shy Academy, of course, talk about hot form, so it's a bad time for Rival to play them as well. So, I mean, this is another tricky situation.
Yeah, Shy Academy have been the Grim Reapers of OCE over the last couple of play days, back on June 15th, taking down EP, who did have a sub, to be fair, but a 7-5 result in regulation. They walked away with all 3 points, an impressive display from them, and it didn't end there, as the next day, so June 16th last week in Play Day 4, an overtime win over Chiefs 8-6. So they're in good form, but maybe that's only against the arguably 2 best teams in the region. For Rival, they're going to be a completely different roster to take on, and we'll see if Shy Academy continue this run of form or whether or not they'll be stalled out.
And certainly for Rival as well, they're not going to go into this game at all with any trepidations about the quality of their opponent. I think they're going to have to not only come in and think about themselves, which is of course must win, but also taking into account what happened last week and the respect that they're going to show Shy Academy. It's a clearly talented roster, but it just hasn't quite clicked immediately for them. For Rival, of course, they opened up their account against the 2 teams that Shy Academy just beat. They lost 3-7 to Chiefs, they lost 2-7 to EP. We finally got to see them join the winners list last week against Arcade, but they got pretty much dismantled by Man LFO. So the top 3 teams in the region made very easy work of Rival. That's now put them into a position where their last 3 games, Shy Academy, 6 Targets, and Barbie Boys, all must win essentially. But you're now running into a Shy Academy team that's clearly hot in form. 6 Targets are out, so yes, they might be able to get a result there tomorrow, but then Barbie Boys on Play Day 7 by no means is going to be an easy result either. So do or die for Rival, and we'll see if they can stop the Shy Academy train.
Yeah, it's certainly evident that you're right. Against top-tier teams, they're not at the level required to compete, and I think it's probably fair to say that at this point in time, barring a miracle in best of 3s, provided they get inside of the top 4, they're not quite on the level for an EWC slot, but there's a lot of talent on the roster, and I think that they can look to build for the remainder of the year, and the run towards the top 4 is still very much on. A good challenge for them tonight against an in-form roster, and they'll be looking to go toe-to-toe, and a result here will do them a world of good.
And a result for Rival would be still incredibly damaging for Shy Academy. They do still need to get as many results as they possibly can. While they did defeat EP, that was their first win of the stage, and then the overtime win against Chiefs, their second win of the stage, but in overtime means they've only got the 5 points, guys, with 3 play days to go. So if they can't get a result here against Rival, they then go into their last 2 games against, though, admittedly, Arcade and 6 Targets, 2 teams on the lower end of the standings, and certainly they'll be the favorites in those games. But even if they were to then go and get the 6 points there, that puts them on 11. And that might not be enough. That might still be then pending the likes of Barbie Boys, maybe even Rival, and what they do in this game. So by no means a Shy Academy secure. But if they do get the win tonight, you go to 8 points and you play, well, the bottom 2 teams essentially. So their run home seems great on paper. There is every world in which they can keep this train going.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's not unreasonable to suggest that the final 2 play days will equate in 6 points, and so if that is to be the case, which is a pretty likely outcome, it means that the game tonight for them is massive, and the question is going to be, can they translate the form and the confidence that they built from last week, taking down both EP and Chiefs, and translate that across to tonight? They'll probably sense themselves that this is an important matchup, and unlike the last 2 games, for instance, where it's a free shot, now with proper pressure and weight and expectation to do well in this game, we'll see if they freeze or if they thrive.
Let's go to the vetoes and see where we're going to be playing this matchup for Rival. So far, they've played Cafe, they've played Bank, they've played Lair, they've played Nighthaven Labs. They will now get to play another new map, this time being Clubhouse. They do begin on the defensive side as well. So a nice old classic Oceanic staple for this matchup. Do or die, really, I guess, for Rival, but even still for Shy Academy, need to win this game too, and it's also going to be their first time playing Clubhouse this stage.
Yeah, probably important to note exactly that. Shy Academy playing Chalet in their last 3 outings, Fortress back in Play Day 1. And so Clubhouse is going to introduce a very different dynamic to both of those maps, where Fortress is a little more untested, Chalet is a lot more fluid, Clubhouse is old school, it's structured, and we'll see whether or not they have the synergy to get a result here tonight.
Well, let's go straight into it. Game is ready. Rival Esports versus Shy Academy. Must-win game for Rival, otherwise they will not be able to make finals for Shy Academy. Well, this would go a long way in helping their run home. A team that's been in red-hot form, at least as of last week, maybe the week off, has cooled them down a little. We'll see. Clubhouse, defense for Rival. This is a big game again. Played A5, shaping up to be the biggest of the stage so far.
Yeah, survival for one team, that being Rival, and for Shy Academy, if we make fair assumptions as to how their run home will play out, tonight is a very, very critical opportunity for them to get points towards the top 4. It's a big game for both. And I think it should be a real duel. Rival, with so much experience and structure and leadership on that roster, you think about Wet and Chef and ACOG as well, can hold down the line really well at times. They're the kind of team, in my eyes, that are going to be well suited to this style of map. And as alluded to prior, Shy Academy, 3 appearances on Chalet, the 1 on Fortress. It's untested for them, and I think that probably poses a bigger question mark for them as opposed to their opposition. So there's a lot of intriguing storylines heading into this one. I think it's quite a challenging game to predict, and I think that's a fair assessment for both of these two teams. So can't wait to jump in. It's basement for the opening site, and to reiterate the bans, Ace, Dr. B, Kaid, and the Bandit.
Yeah, similar to the last game, though, where for 6 targets, they had that pressure, must win, started well, 2 rounds, thinking, yeah, it's going to be a good game, despite Man LFO's really good form throughout the stage. And I think you can make the same argument for Rival. They start defense on Club. You know, certainly on a site like Basement, I could see them winning that into Gym Bedroom, and then you get the feeling, okay, we're going to have a game. But Shy Academy's form clearly has been great. Rani's been really leading the way. Clivenix has had a good stage. They've got really good firepower on the roster. For Rival, it hasn't really been a stage where it's all clicked. As we know, best of ones, anything can happen on the given night. And when you add in the element of Rival needing this win, it does then shake up the prediction of this game. But again, though, it kind of goes both ways, because yes, Rival have to win, otherwise they're just straight out. Whereas that's not quite the same for Shy Academy. But if Shy Academy do lose, then Rival actually jump above them. And then you're stranded on 5 points, 2 play days to go. It gets a bit dicey. I mean, like, realistically, what are the odds that Shy Academy make finals by losing this game and winning their last 2? I still think pretty low.
Cover me, reloading. Reload!
Yeah, I decided to jump over to the Twitch poll and see who is the firm favorite heading into this one, if there is to be one. And well, there certainly is. Shy Academy with almost 2 million channel points, as opposed to Rival sitting on just 700k. So the viewers at home expecting Shy Academy to walk away with this one confidently with all 3 points and setting themselves up for a run towards the top 4. And if that is to eventuate, Rival will be in a very, very poor position themselves, and I think they'll be a little disappointed with how the stage has shaped up. First duel, though, goes their way. Proxy peeks up into that supply hatch, and Rani on the Snake falls.
Yeah, Rani's been a top 5 player at this stage coming into tonight.
No, we don't
In
do this again.
In terms of entry percentage, and he immediately has an opening death. Just his second of the stage.
Sounds like someone else I know from earlier tonight.
Well, I mean, surely it can't happen again. A good start for Rival. I mean, didn't really show much on the first floor. Kept it 5 down below. Proxy gets the free kill. And they're still really set up. 50 seconds left. This has kind of been a bit of a nothing sort of attack from Shy Academy. I mean, Kaken's gotten to work with the skeleton key. They still haven't opened up the kitchen hatch. Do still have 1 secondary hard breach, but you've also got those last 2 X-Kairos, and it will now be open. But everything kind of just points to the, last 30 seconds of the round being a rush into sight. As Reelers just sits inside of the smoke. And Clivenix has found a double, and maybe Reelers can get one too as well from Moto. Well, it's quickly unraveled for Rival. And Wedible's on the clash, is completely surrounded. Down to Chef. Gets 1, 2 more needed. Hybenix Kaken don't have the kit. It does not matter. Shy Academy with a 4v5 last 30-second rush into basement. Successful round win.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they were able to make that work. It was a poor start to the round, and Rival with good, strong, as expected, power positions and anchor positions in towards that objective, but Shy Academy sent it there in the final third of the round. Clash got caught, isolated, and Rival not able to maintain the pressure required, the trades needed to stay competitive in that opening round. So good positive signs from Shy Academy. It's pretty rare if you were to take a snapshot of how the round started, losing the opening kill, little ground taken elsewhere. Basement Clubhouse, you again very typically will see the defense excel in that particular situation. Here's a look back, midpoint of the round, Rani falls, even Shont as well on the blitz on the ground, but Kyvanix, others elsewhere connecting. He really has impressed so far this stage. Good way for him to open the account reelers as well with the 2K. And that can be a big potential strength for Shy Academy in this matchup, while Rival do have a little more experience, and I think that their roles will complement this map. It doesn't mean much if you lose gunfights, so Shy Academy can look to try and exploit that.
Yeah, Kyvanix just on the edge of the top 10 in terms of rated players for this stage. For reference, there's 42 players tracked, so I mean that's a really good position to be in. Well, I wouldn't say this has been the kind of stage where it's a changing of the guards. You've still got the likes of Jigsaw and Bappin and those guys at the top. You know, I'm seeing a lot more of these new names in and around that sort of top 10, top 15. Kyvanix, though, has been cursed. He will go down immediately in this route.
I think we have the
kills
best
to start for Rival.
I think we have the best entry stat of the night. Name any player and they'll just die. Some kind of special power. Chef Jeff here on the Solace for round 2, gathering good info outside kennels. Probably not anything unexpected given it's a hard breach, but something nonetheless. His position though is revealed. The counterplay from the Snake from Shy Academy, who are once again looking to fight from a deficit. Good position from Shont. Chef Jeff needs to be careful. Was scanned out on the radar. Shont is unable to find the kill, but Rani will make that info count, and Rafters doesn't trade pill. That was Wedables with Clash Shield, so understandable. But now puts Rival in an interesting position.
This is horrible. Oh, this is great. Little turnaround for Wedables works. Aiken did get the kill onto Proxy. Wedables is not completely out of the danger just yet. He's realizing it, and Shont gets the headshot. Rival have tried to extend on Gym Bedroom out to Garage, and it hasn't really paid off. Again, despite the opening kill onto Kyvanix. Leaves ACOG and Eraser to go back, play site as a duo up against Cake and Shont and Reelers. And Shont still alive on that Blackbeard. They got a minute as well to navigate their way over towards Gym Bedroom. 2 flashes, 2 smokes. Enough utility to serve them certainly on the entry. There is a Nitrocell with Eraser.
Yeah, they're just chilling for now, waiting for Shont to drone forward through Cash and Con. It'll be identified as clear. So 1 Rafters, double stack Con. Could even 3-prong it with Logi pressure as well, depending on how much they want to split this attack. 25 seconds. I think they'll be eager to leverage the Blackbeard here in the final phase of the round.
Nitrocell does a chunk of damage onto both Cake and Shont. ACOG, good turnaround. Traded though, outnumbered over towards Stash. Razor needs to win this battle against Reelers, does do so. 10 seconds, will play the drop. Does Kaken realize this? He does. Immediately goes onto the plant. Though from below, Eraser has the ping information, gets the kill. Rival will get their first round.
Yeah, well calculated play there from Eraser. Got a little nervous when I saw that he didn't have Nitro in pocket, but understandably info on site allowing for the vertical denial and some good composure to ensure that that opportunity was confirmed. 1-1 scoreline. And it will be a return down to basement. Certainly some positive signs early here from Rival. The entry stat has been promising for them. Shy Academy, to their credit, are still fighting out these rounds quite competitively. They're not giving them then away for free. They're not waving the white flag. Good play there from Wedables over towards Rafters with the 360. And ACOG here does a good job. He was sustaining a lot of pressure. To find at least one was great. And then a Razor given the info required to deny the plant. And I'm sure just a little bit of a relief for a team that hasn't had a lot go their way so far this stage.
I'm going to try it again and just see if we can keep this curse going. But Kaken is top 4 for entry percentage this stage, 5-1.
Well, he played the Habana last round and the Buck last time out on basement, so they'll be in a really bad position if he's the one to die first.
And they do have Chef Jeff on the Scopos. And typically, it really depends on if they don't drone him out and he gets to play over towards script side of the map. The easy engage for the Scopos is down that kitchen hallway. Who's in the kitchen hallway? Kaken. Could happen.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see, do Shy Academy hunt or do they look to cut off / ignore the Scopos? Bit of a decision for them to ponder, presuming they actually know that Chef Jeff is there. Meanwhile, Rani lurks over towards blue, but it's a shotgun up close.
He thought it was clear.
Yeah.
He thought it was clear, but ACOG was sitting technically lower, so the radar doesn't hit him. I mean, we've seen teams as well use that Solid Snake's strip side too, just to see if there's any lurkers, just get a bit of information, and then if there's nothing, you either can push in or rotate off, go somewhere else. That's a big loss for Shy Academy. It's a big win for us, though. The curse not fully in effect because Kaken does not go down. But it is Rani, and he's been their best this stage. 1-3 this game. A big reason, I think, for the rise of Shy Academy has been the form of him and Kyvanix. One performing well, the other not so much to start. Wedables does go down, though. It is Kaken that gets the kill. Been a really rough stage for Wedables. He is currently ranked 35th out of 42.
Shunt with the kit. Drops oil pit side, so blue centric hit here from Shy Academy.
Sorry, 38th out of 42.
Kaken still lurking up above second floor, and Chef Jeff continues his hold strip side. So a lot of different elements to the push for Shy Academy and the defensive rival. 45 seconds remain.
Yeah, still another gas babe as well for Proxy, so they're going to be able to stop this kind of blue push unless there's the push through. Kaken seems quite wary of Chef Jeff on the lurk. Sitting around main stairs, Chef Jeff taking his time. Good nitro from ACOG. As long as they can do well down below, they don't really need Chef Jeff to get involved, and it doesn't seem like he will be needed. In fact, it goes the other way, and Kaken now is a little bit more required for Shy Academy. Push down, good clear onto Proxy. You got Chef Jeff that will slowly push down either main stairs or go for the drop. Won't matter, Kaken's by himself, dealt with on sight nicely by the rival defenders. Chef Jeff never even got involved in that Scopos.
Yeah, a bit of a boring round for him. The team doing a good job on site, particularly in isolating Sean. Nobody could really play off the pressure that he was initially offering inside of Armory, and then with the Goyo in play and the crosses onto his particular position, he couldn't really do a whole lot. And without that, it started to fall apart at the seams. Kaken ultimately then wasn't rewarded. He had Chef Jeff on a platter. It would have been a free kill more than likely, but not the case.
Well, so far into the technical timeout we go, and Rival showing that they've got what it takes on the defensive club. After losing the opening round, thought things might get a little bit dicey for them, but they've locked back in. 2 rounds straight. Gym Bedroom, Church, Arsenal. It's Cash and CCTV is going to be up next. Also has been 3 straight opening kills their way, so it hasn't really been an easy time for the attack. And so far, 3 rounds in, I think you'd be pretty content if you're Rival. Obviously not ideal losing that opening round on basement, but they have responded as needed. ACOG being the big factor, 5-2, 163 EPS. We know he's the kind of player that can, have those sort of nights where he really does perform. ACOG's probably his limitations is I think the consistency of that and doing it over longer periods of time. But right now, Rival just need it tonight.
Well, the technical pause then will conclude, and as we re-enter in towards the server, the additional ban phase has played out. Capital and Clash unavailable. Clash played out twice so far by Wedables. Once below, and then on the second occasion over towards Jim. Capital also played out twice as well. I think they'll be pretty pleased with how that round concluded. Over towards Cash and CCTV now for the first time here on Club. We've only seen Jim play out, and Cash can be quite challenging at times. We'll see what kind of approach Academy want to go for, whether it's garage side and rafters clear, or some teams even favouring a little more con-side pressure these days. That could also be a potential decision to be made.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I read up on your work on neutralizing explosive ordnance. You're an
Definitely has the feeling the longer this goes on, the more tense it's probably going to get. Both teams needing the win. Both teams know that if you drop this one, your chance of finals, well, for Rival is 0. For Shy Academy, really low. I think Shy Academy are going to really need Rani to get involved. He's been such a standout.
Time to redecorate.
They've gotten some good help from Kaken. Kyvenix is continuing to play well. It's their newfound start that needs to get going. Razor places the mirror window onto the kennel's reinforced wall. Yeah, Chef Jeff has had quite a license so far in this defensive half to just roam around the map. This time on the Azami, all the way to Jacuzzi Breach. And he's not often aided by anyone else. Usually playing quite solo. Takes a couple of drones and goes all the way basement for a long rotate back to site.
Yeah, I wonder what his end goal is. Is it to go back to rafters?
I think it's
post
going to be, is it
there?
up pit?
Yeah,
Is
that's
he
what I was
just gonna-
initially thinking.
Yep.
Traxxi is out!
Won't get caught out. Not,
Tax
not,
released.
certainly not the worst start to the round for the defense, and Chef Jeff especially dealing with some of that drone economy. Does shape up to be a con side stack from the attacks, beheaded by the Blitz. Rani will eventually posture into a position that he can essentially scan out this entire push. Nitro shot. So, good work there from Shy Academy. They still do have one Nitro left though.
Or he spotted him.
Defense, that is an awkward prone position from Kyvenix, and Wedables gets arguably his easiest kill of the stage. Swing though, oh, that one also a success.
Wedables winding the clock back temporarily. Kyvenix going prone, got caught. Wedables saw him, but he knew that Kyvenix didn't see Wedables. Wedables with a third. And then with a fourth as well. 4 from Wedables. Rival getting a little bit of the old wet. Not much to really say about that round. It's just simply an individual pop-off moment from Wedables. It's a timeout from Shy Academy. 3-1 lead for Rival.
Yeah, we probably haven't seen the best side of Wedables so far across stage 1 here for OCE. A player with so much experience and has had plenty of pop-off moments in the past. As you said, winding back the clock a little bit there in round 4. Nice isolation on the picks, and another demonstration as to how strong DMRs can be in the right hands. Don't mind this response though from Shy Academy. They'll identify that clearly they're not playing at their best, because we have quite literally, as we saw last week, seen better. Now facing a 3-round streak against them. They'll look to chat things over and prepare for the final 2 rounds of this half.
Yeah, 3 straight on the defensive club is not the end of the world for Shy Academy, but if Wedables is going to wind the clock back like this, that's extra firepower potentially for Rival that they've not had this stage. I said before he was ranked 38 out of 42. One of those was Zethy with 1 map. So essentially bottom 4 for the stage for Wettables, and that's a huge round for him and his team.
Deploying explosive ordnance.
And the Academy probably need at least 1 more round. Opting to go gym bedroom here in the 5th round.
5 seconds remaining.
Still a difficult sight, and then after that will be Church Arsenal. This is not going to be an easy road ahead for Shy Academy. Again, it's also 4 straight opening kills for the defense. 2 multi-kills to 1, and not a single plant from Shy Academy. They have not had a lot of success, except really for that 30-second rush into basement in the opening round.
Yeah, they've had some struggles so far. We'll see if they're able to correct course in time. Going to require at least 2.5 rounds here to remain competitive, and 2 more opportunities to achieve that map clear again. And the Blackbeard this time around, which was seen on this site previously, ultimately though was dealt with in the late round. Trying to play the front line, and as you can see, the Rivals position, they've peeled back thanks to the pressure laid by the attack. The Grim as well certainly aiding in that. They can establish their defense con-side with the Izami not banned out. The Raze finds himself pinged subject to the Snake alongside Wettables, and he too will peel. So pretty successful from Rival. I think they'll be pretty happy with the amount of util invested from Shy Academy, although it wasn't a ton. Still 1 more grenade left as that one lands from Shant. A couple of Bs remaining as well, so it is a very even round at the moment. No clear favourite. Minute 10 on the clock.
Clear favourite, but the longer this goes on, the better for the defense. At some point, Shy Academy are going to have to make their move. Ronnie just patiently at the window. And the patience for Shy Academy is fine, but at some point it needs to go their way. That's another opening kill for Rival. Deep push in. Ronnie with a bailiff. Captures ACOG. Clears out bathroom. Could have played the mirror window. Opted for the vault. And Eraser now retakes this position. They also have the numbers advantage, and the Blackbeard goes down from Shant. Kaken needs to activate. But he loses out to Wettables. 2 older heads go toe-to-toe. Real is with a knockdown kill. He's on the cam. Proxy swings from Stash, gets the kill. 4 straight for Rival.
Yeah, the last time out, we saw Shy Academy late go for the Logi pivot, and this time we didn't. The Mirror Gold, basically with a perfect line of sight in towards that push, and whilst it ultimately didn't completely mow down the attack, we saw some dashes laid over towards bathroom, etc. I think it still provided a lot of pressure and information as well to the defense, and just positionally, Shy Academy not doing enough there to pressure and dislodge those anchor spots. And that's also the risk that you run with Jacuzzi left reinforced here late. It allows plays like this. Oh, sorry, it was open, but his army able to replug, open the opportunity for these sorts of plays, and just no clear path towards a win condition there for Shy Academy. The plant was never really going to be a possibility. Hunting for kills, given the strong positions from the defense, equally tough. It was a rough one for Shy Academy. And that's now 4 rounds in a row for Rival.
5 seconds to insertion.
I'm out. Gotta reload.
So far at this stage, Shy Academy have had 12 multi-kills. 10 of those 12 have come from Kaivenix and Rani. And you kind of look at the way this game is shaping up. What are the reasons why this is happening? Well, you look at the opening deaths. All 5 have been either Rani or Kaivenix. So the 2-star players, the 2 highest rated players for Shy Academy and big factors for their wins against EP Chiefs, have not been able to win any early battles and haven't really been able to get a lot of form. all momentum here in this opening half. 2-5 for Rani, 3-4 now for Kyvenix, despite that 3K in the opening round. Since then, no kills. So it's a lot of firepower that hasn't really been seen from Shy Academy. Rival now get the opportunity. Basement for a potential 5-1 lead.
Reloading! Cover me!
And the similarities to our previous game, guys, are becoming more and more apparent, but this time it's kind of reverse. You know, Shy Academy win the opening round, then it's 4 straight to Rival. 6 targets won the first 2 rounds, then it was 7 straight. Jeff on the scope pulse again because, well, quite frankly, they never even saw him make this play last time. He wasn't needed.
Oh, it feels like a critical round for Shy Academy. Can they look to activate Rani and or Kyvenix this time around? Or can Rival withstand the pressure? Do Shy Academy elect to hunt down Chef Jeff this time around? They were evidently aware of his position last time, decided to play the cutoff, but when the on-site hit didn't work out,
Swapping mags!
ultimately Chef Jeff was then in position to flank late. Ultimately not required, but if he had have been, it would have been strong. Time quickly dwindling. Under 60 seconds remains, and Shy Academy don't have a ton of control to show for it. Do they go for the kitchen job or do they go for the blue job?
I think Chef Jeff could be good for at least one here. Pending, of course, timing. Shot on the blitz is low. Chef Jeff continues to lurk. Shot does go down. Battle one over towards Dirt by proxy. Wetterpulse did lose his life to Kaken. Riley will fall to the shotgun though of ACOG. Here comes Chef Jeff as well. On the scope boss from behind. 5 straight rounds for Rival. They take a 5-1 lead into the halftime break. Well, a very dominant half in the end for Rival after dropping the opening round. Church Arsenal on defense. It looked like it might be more of the same from Shy Academy of last week, guys, but Rival locked in after that. 5 straight rounds, 2 rounds away from pulling off a pretty big win considering the form line of Shy Academy after their last week's results. Last week was last week, and so far this week's proving to be a little bit different. We'll see what they can do on the defense, though. Clubhouse can play that kind of style where it becomes very difficult for the attacking teams to have a lot of success. One might be all they needed. We'll see. Long way to go, but it does now mean for Shy Academy they just don't have the ability to drop many rounds.
Yeah, I certainly agree. It can
Attackers need to
potentially be a
locate
very
and defuse
defender-sided
bombs.
match, but right now, Rival are absolutely leading the charge. Opening kill 6 out of 6 rounds, and only on one occasion, which was oddly the very last, was it even traded back by Shy Academy. So by so many metrics, they are well and truly ahead, and I think Rival so far have done a really good job, as we've alluded to before, in shutting down both Rani and Kyvanix, two particularly strong players from the side of Shy Academy who have been highly influential in their success over the course of this first stage. So I think Rival will be pleased. And maybe this is a case of Clubhouse maybe being the map that exposes Shy Academy a little more than the likes of a Chalet, for instance, which, especially in best of ones, can be a particularly volatile map. Now, we're back to the old true tried and tested club. Rival, with their experience and their structure, at least so far, have looked quite good.
Changing mags.
Rivals wasting no time here on this push through dirt, courtesy of Wedables on the Blackbeard. They've also got ACOG on the Blitz, but he's over towards Kennels. I imagine from the perspective of Wedables, it's just to get early presence, maybe get rid of some of the utility, such as the Vulcan canisters. And mindful of the fact Shant's over towards Stock. We've got Rani, of course, playing the scope boss. He's over towards Jim, so it's a pretty spread out defense right now. Shant will be forced to drop, take the damage as well from the Dockerby of Proxy.
Interesting position from Kaken as well, so he'll retain cash control. Jim also occupied by Rani, but he of course has the luxury of Scopos and can transfer back to side at the first sign of pressure. Kaken's reroute might be a little more challenging. ACOG drops. Oh
my
the adrenal
goodness.
boost to follow is ultra aggressive from Rival.
Chef Jeff follows up as well to shut down Real as Kagan down dead, courtesy of Eraser. That was over towards Stock. Plant coming down now. Rani's late to the party as well because he was still top floor. He's only just now got bot main. Took the damage from the target payload. Kyvanix through Moto, now into Church. Desperate here for Shy Academy. They're being completely blindsided by this rush of Rival, courtesy of ACOG on the Blitz. He opened things up, and they are about to now be 6-1 up. It's 6 rounds straight for Rival Esports. 5 match points.
Quite a statement there in the opening attack. They hit the go button. They make the blue drop work. The Blitz and the combination of the adrenal surge there from the Finker ultimately works out. And with 2 players all the way on the second floor, they've identified that weakness and then able to exploit it with a nice pinch dirt side as well. That was well executed. It was a good read. And Rival are showing some class here non-club. And a match where there would have been probably at least some element of pressure given their status in the standings. They have well and truly delivered against an opponent that has shown good glimpses and best of ones so far. Replay package of that last round. Shant falls, Real is immediately caught under the hatch, and then nobody else given an opportunity at all really to fight their way back in towards the site. Most notably the 2 that were stranded up above. So great read from Rival, perfect execution.
10 seconds left.
And now just 1 away from walking away with 3 points themselves and denying Shy Academy 3. And that would actually ultimately see Rival
Locate and defuse the
leapfrog
bomb.
Shy Academy for now by a single point.
I've got you 6. Changing mags.
I mean, I don't think I would have walked away from this game being surprised if we had said Rival's going to win. I definitely would have walked away surprised based on this scoreline and kind of the way the game is developed and unraveled. I mean, we played 7 rounds of Siege, 7 opening kills, no plant at all from Shy Academy in the entire first half. This has been a beatdown. That opening round really, in the end, was just a safe face 30-second rush, and that was all they had. Strategically, Rival's been far better. Kyvanix down again early. That's his 4th opening death. All that goodwill for Shy Academy of last week, knocking off the likes of EP and Chiefs. Seems like now it's all about to be undone. You give 3 points over to a direct rival. Proxy, how easy is that? Riley turning the corner. Realist does at least get the trade, but he's been taken very low. Jump out attempt, it's not working. Shy Academy has just thrown caution to the wind, but the wind has come straight back at them. The Grim Reaper of last week has been beaten to a pulp. They've been decimated and destroyed. It will be 7 straight rounds against Shy Academy from Rival Esports as their hopes for finals is still very much alive. A crucial and much needed 3 points acquired. Staring down the face of elimination, they have risen with their best result of the stage.
Yeah, it seems as if you can teach some old dogs new tricks. Clubhouse seemingly fitting this team's playstyle and structure really, really nicely. Very complimentary, and they have put on an absolute clinic. Outside of that rush, as you described earlier, they did not put a foot wrong. They will now jump Shy Academy in the standings as the fight towards the top 4 only continues to tighten.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a strange result. If this had been 7-4, 7-5, close game back and forth, I would have thought, yep, even a rival win there would have made sense. But after that opening round, just they didn't put a foot wrong. Very confident in their early fighting abilities. They showed good strategy in wanting to put many defensive pieces around the map. We saw Chef Jeff lurking at times on the scope pulse, and none in the attack as well. While we only got to see 2 rounds from them, they were just very active, very much on the move, wanting to get in, take the fights. A lot of that same ethos from the first half kind of followed through. 2 attacking rounds, 2 plants as well. They went absolutely flawless in opening kills. 8 from 8 rounds. They had the 2 out of the 3 multi-kills. They even had the only flawless round. This was a statistical demolition job. And that's 2 million channel points in the bin.
Yeah, it was very, very one-sided from the community, their vote towards Shy Academy in this matchup. And I think one of the big takeaways as well, probably going to be for Kyvanix and Rani, just to use this as a learning experience. They've been great throughout the stage. Clubhouse, they may be exposing some potential improvement points for those guys and for the team as a whole, to be fair, not just obviously wanting to put too much of a spotlight on the pair there, but they were outclassed in all facets. And Rival, is this a one-off on Club? Do they have this kind of siege to show on other maps? Hopefully we'll get a better read on that as the stage continues.
Well, one of our lovable favorites, Chef Jeff, coming in for an interview after their victory against Shy Academy. Congratulations, Jeffy. That's a result that, well, the win I definitely could have seen coming. Maybe not in that fashion. 7 straight against a team that clearly played very, very well last week. Did you guys put a little bit of work into them, considering their results against Enterprise and Chiefs?
Look, I think that Wet said it best after our arcade match. You know, we're still really trying to find our own fate. What happened after Killerman left us, you know, didn't really put us in a good spot, but I think that we've really just kind of been focusing on our own process and how we're going to approach the stage and what we can do to consistently improve. And that's kind of like we knew that that first week was going to be shaky. The second week was like, it showed improvement, but I think for this week we're really trying to show that the practice and the effort that we've put in over the last 3 weeks of actually being a team can yield some results. And today is a very promising start to a hopeful show of form for the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats on the win. You guys looked really, really comfortable on Clubhouse. Is that the case? Is Clubhouse just a good map for your style of team? And if that's the case, how do you look to try and transition that form across to other maps?
I don't think that we have that small of a map pool. I think that we've just been dealing with our own internal issues. I don't think that it's been a strategic problem. It's just been a time synergy, and there's been some other smaller internal things that we're just trying to resolve. And, you know, I think that today, again, is a showing of what we've been working to fix from the man game last week. And I think that those improvements showed in the way that we coordinated ourselves.
Chef, I mean, obviously you guys are a very talented team. Issues aside, if you can get to finals, do you feel as if just getting to finals and then into best of 3s, hopefully more of these issues resolve itself, that there is still very much a positive outlook on the remainder of the stage? Yeah,
well, I mean, I don't think that we're gonna sell ourselves short on anything. We had some solid rounds against both Man, Chiefs, and EP. I know that we need to drastically improve our performances against those teams if we were to beat them in playoffs, but I don't think we're necessarily looking at those BO3s just yet. We are still playing game by game. You know, there's a weak process in front of us that we need to work our way through, and I think that we're making some good steps in the right direction, but it can only show when we get around to that next game.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that you guys have got a lot of quality, and certainly the remaining schedule that you've got maybe gives you a good platform to build on going into finals. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Look, shout out to everyone that's kind of supporting us. If there are many people, we appreciate the support. We've got a lot of people backing us, rivals really, really supportive of us. We've been working with a lot of people behind the scenes to really kind of help elevate our own performance, and credit to them because it's really helping us improve, and now we can see some achievement. And thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, mate, for coming on, having a chat as they got the win 7-1 dominant victory. 7-2, 7-1, our first two games, guys. We thought Playday 5 was going to be the kind of night where we would get some closer matches considering what was at stake for the certain teams. For 6 targets, needed to win, didn't, got smashed. They cannot make finals. Rival Esports needed to win, and they did so really convincingly. Now over to Barbie Boys and Arcade. Again, to paint the picture clear, Arcade cannot make finals. They are out, but for Barbie Boys, they kind of need to win considering what the other teams are doing around them, and also without being a little bit too harsh, but their opponents are at the bottom of the standing, so you got to win those kind of games.
Yeah, absolutely. If Barbie Boys were to go on and the result goes against them, it'd be pretty poor for them, of course, but it would make it even more competitive for the top 4. So we'll see how it does eventuate. Expecting that third matchup, though, to be a pretty straightforward one, much like the other two that we've had so far tonight.
And don't forget, of course, Chiefs and Enterprise later tonight. It may not be the next game, but it's one you will not want to miss. We go to the break. When we come back, Barbie Boys versus Arcade.
매력적으로 느껴가지고 일단 베타 테스트도 신청해서 베타 테스트도 해봤고, 그때 중학교에 같이 게임을 하는 그 파티가 있었는데 거기서 이제 6-7명 모아가지고 이제 낮밤으로 계속 로테이션 돌려가면서 계속 했던 것 같아요. 그때는 이제 저도 경쟁심이 별로 없었고 해가지고, 근데 일단 랭크를 계속 돌리긴 했어요. 근데 이제 그러면서 제가 이제 경쟁심에 끌어오르면서 이제 제가 약간 어떻게 보자면 저만 엇나간 그렇게 된 거죠. 이게 대회가 있던 건 2015, 16년에도 그 패드 대회가 있어가지고 알고는 있었는데, 이제 관심을 가지기 시작하게 된 건 파리 메이저에 진출한 멘티스 FPS를 딱 봤을 때 한국에서도 프로가 가능하구나, 해외 나가서 활약하는 게 좀 멋지다를 느끼면서 이제 프로 플레이어도 염두에 두게 된 것 같아요. 그때부터. 그때 페이커도 알고 있고 막 유명한 e스포츠 선수들 되게 많이 알고 있었는데, 이게 되게 남의 얘기 같고 그렇게 느껴졌는데, 이게 제가 하는 게임에서 그 멘티스 FPS 같이 그런 팀이 나오니까 확실히 좀 와닿은 게 있는 것 같아요. 가장 인상 깊었던 팀은 예전에 퓨리아 그 5명이 제일 인상 깊었던 것 같아요. 제일 잘하는 팀이라고도 생각하고, 한 2017년부터 이제 제가 랭크를 진짜 열심히 하던 시절인데, 그때 상위권에 있다 보니까 지금 선수하고 있는 예전에 노라랭거나 멘티스 FPS 선수들을 실제로 매칭이 된 적이 있어가지고, 그래서 계속 매칭이 되다 보니까 서로 조금씩 친해진 계기도 됐고, 전 노라랭거의 워카라는 선수랑도 꽤 친해졌고, 멘티스 FPS의 MB 테일러랑도 이제 좀 친분이 생기면서 이제 그쪽이랑 같이 게임도 하고 일본, 한국 왔다 갔다 하면서 계속 같이 했던 것 같아요. 그러다가 이제 2019년 말쯤에 이제 클라우드9에서 제이가 들어오게 돼서 시작된 것 같아요. 평소와 같이 그냥 집에서 일어나가지고 게임하려고 딱 켰는데 트위터 DM으로 와 있었던 거예요. 이게 뭐지 하면서 열어봤는데 오퍼에 관련되었던 거였고 되게 처음에는 잘 믿기지 않았는데 이게 대화를 하다 보니까 점점 실감하게 된 것 같아요. 이제 같이 게임하고 있던 가장 친한 친구한테 먼저 보여줬고 그 다음에 이제 진지하게 해야 될지 말아야 될지를 이제 부모님한테 상의를 하면서 이제 연락을 했었어요. 그 제안을 받고 나서 이제 일본 워킹홀리데이 가가지고 이제 막 일본어도 배우고 막 그냥 일반적인 직장을 얻어가지고 살 예정이었는데 근데 이게 아무리 생각해도 제 생각엔 별로 재미가 없을 것 같은 거예요. 그래가지고 이 오퍼가 왔을 때 그냥 이쪽이 무조건 더 재밌고 인생이 바뀌겠다 해가지고 바로 입단을 선택한 것 같아요. 순서대로 말하자면 일단 제일 첫 번째는 워카, 이제 같이 게임 해주면서 같이 실력도 같이 늘고 저한테 많이 알려주기도 하고 이제 특히 제가 일본어를 하게 된 계기가 그 친구들이랑 같이 게임을 하면서 이제 일본어를 배우게 된 거기 때문에 그게 지금 뭐 일하는 데도 쓰이고 있고 게임하면서 편하기도 하고 일본 갔을 때 편하기도 하고 되게 단순히 게임하면서 얻은 것 치고는 꽤 좋은 영향인 것 같아요 저한테. 그래서 워크한테 일단 고맙고 워크상 2018年覚えてますか？あの時は日本語や指示のいろいろ教えてくれて本当にありがとうございました。
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that would be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Cyber. Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. He goes in. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it.
There's the dash. He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Nesk, gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down BC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
Believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
So as we return here for Play Day 5, Barbie Boys versus Arcade are up next. Our third match of the day, Guz. For Barbie Boys, it's a must-win in a different sense. They've got to be able to go and beat the team at the bottom of the standings, and certainly with the others that are catching up to them, they want to maintain their place inside of the top 4.
Yeah, certainly important that they accrue as many points as possible and do not discount round difference as well. They need to go in and they'll be hoping to dominate tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be the kind of game that, well, we've had 7-2, 7-1. We might just get another one to follow as well. Barbie Boys have been pretty decent this stage thus far, coming into tonight, 7 points inside the top 4. They've had some good results so far throughout the stage. They beat Shy Academy back on the opening play day, of course, before Shy Academy's wonderful week 2, but maybe back to norm for them. They did lose to Chiefs at 3-7. That was back on play day 2 on Lair. And then from there, Barbie Boys went on, beat Man Alifo and 6 targets. Of course, what they're all fighting for, though, to get to the Esports World Cup. You can get your tickets as well if you're going to be in Paris. Make sure there's going to be the code in the chat. If you do want to get your tickets, make sure you use the code.
Yeah, going to be a massive event, the biggest edition of Rainbow Six at EWC in history, with a lot on the line, SI qualification as well, tantalizingly prospect for all the teams that will be attending, and OCE with 2 slots is massively important for the region. So yeah, if you're willing and able, make sure to buy your tickets now.
Well, let's get back to the game. We'll go to Arcade and have a look at their roster for a team that unfortunately has struggled so far this stage. 4 games played, 4 losses, minus 17 round differential. They just have not been able to have any success. There's always got to be a team at the bottom of the standings, guys. That's just the way that it's designed. So far, that has been Arcade. 4-7 loss to Man LFO, 4-7 loss to 6 targets, 2-7 loss to Rival, and a 1-7 loss to Enterprise. Sees them now in a position where they cannot make finals. We do still play Barbie Boys tonight, and then tomorrow Shy Academy, and on the last play day, Chiefs.
Yeah, look, still a little bit to play for. They can spoil the run of other teams before them, as they're saying, Barbie Boys tonight, and into the remaining opponents, like Shy Academy, even Chiefs, they could try and upset, and that can play the rest of the standings into a bit of a mess. And I think even beyond that, an opportunity for these players as individuals to continue to prove themselves. And yeah, I don't quite know how to assess the longer term prospects for this roster, if they have shown enough promise that they can come back bigger and stronger in stage 2, presuming there's probably going to be some roster shuffles, etc. They may be on the receiving end of that. Time will tell, but yeah, an opportunity for them tonight, and I suppose then for the remainder of the stage to just have a free swing and play some fun Siege.
And we'll go to Barbie Boys again, kind of referenced the stage that they've had so far. It's been pretty good. A couple of good ups, maybe the odd down here or there, but largely it's been a good stage. They want to continue the good times here in a game where they're certainly the absolute favorites. They've been led by the likes of Pinku. No one above 100 EPS, guys, but also no one really too low. You're not really going to get high KD numbers from the likes of Prez. He offers other avenues to the team, certainly with his IGL capabilities. Walsh has continued to have a very good stage as well, and certainly from Bailey too. So I mean, they've got a good all-roundedness to this roster, certainly players that are not shy in taking fights.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been a pretty fun, dynamic roster to kind of watch play out, some exciting moments. Pinku continues to be a name that I'm drawn to. His influence inside the server can be massive, and I think having Prez in the roster as well sort of does a nice job in balancing out this particular team. So excited to see how the game does develop. Here is that highlight package of their last matchup, looking pretty good against Man LFO, and that clutch from Pinku. That was remarkable. That was a special one. Still probably the best of the stage that we've seen so far. And look, I don't know what the mentality or the preparation would be too much for this particular game. It's probably, again, more so the cliche case of one match at a time. Let's just play it on its merits. And they have enough talent that this match really shouldn't be causing too many issues for them.
Yeah, Pinku and Bailey have been the best 2 performing players for Barbie Boys so far this stage. Walsh pretty close behind them as well. So they've got some good quality on this team. Certainly names that want to continue to make a name for themselves going into finals. Are they a threat? I mean, I think they could be. I mean, they're probably closer to being a sort of threat in best of ones. Best of three, I think, is where they could certainly get beaten by the likes of Chiefs, EP, Man Esports, etc. But it's just all about getting there. And for them to get there, well, you definitely want to be winning this game. As I said before, in terms of their upcoming schedule to close out the stage after tonight, they do actually play Enterprise, and then they play Rival, and Rival certainly looked a lot better tonight. So by no means are those games going to be a given. Certainly against Enterprise, that Barbie Boys Rival game could end up being win and you're in, depending on results. We'll go to the map veto for this matchup and see where we're going.
Yeah, we'll roll that roulette wheel. I think that Barbie Boys will be pretty happy to play on most maps. Interestingly, they left the Fortress through in that first wave. And look, we ultimately end out on Club. That may give Arcade a small shot, given that the strategic depth on this map is typically a little more restricted than others. So we'll see if that's a big difference maker. Unfortunately for them, though, they are starting out on attack. So Barbie Boys have the comfort of defense. And irrespective, I think, in terms of the numbers and how attacker-sided this map may be in the current meta, they'll still be, favored on their side on defense, where they can kind of dictate terms a little bit more. I suppose there is a little more strategic depth depending on how they want to expand on some of the sides. Do we see, especially on basement, big roams? Do they go for much more of a concentrated turtle-style setup and give Arcade that space and force them to go for late-round clears? They have options available to them, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we see them mix it up a little bit over the course of the half and try to keep Arcade guessing.
This has been played by Arcade this stage. They ended up losing, though, unfortunately, to 6 targets back on Play-Doh 2. That was a 4-7 loss. They only got the 2 defensive rounds, which did cost them. They did get 2 attacking rounds in the first half. Barbie Boys will start on defense. They have not played Clubhouse this stage, but they've also only banned it once. So, I mean, it kind of says to me that they're more than happy to play it. Finally gets through. It's been banned against them 5 times. So I think this is a good opportunity for them to continue to strengthen their map pool ahead of finals, provided they can get the win here. They would go to 10 points on the standings. Again, those 2 games to follow are not, they're not given. You play EP, let's say you lose that, you're on 10 points. There's a chance it could be 10-point Barbie Boys versus 9-point Rival going into the last play day. So that kind of sets up a huge best of one. To be in that position, though, you do need to win this game. Otherwise, then you kind of playing a little bit behind the 8 ball, and then OT, decisions can certainly go against you in terms of 1 point, 2 point. So you want to just lock this one in, get the win against Arcade, take the form line into the remaining 2 play days, and Clubhouse is a good opportunity for them, as I said, to strengthen their map pool. If they do make finals, you certainly want to be able to play on pretty much most of the maps.
Well, we've just had word that the game is now indeed ready. We got word that there was a power outage earlier, so it sounds as if that has been resolved and we can jump in. An exciting little matchup, but more critically for Barbie Boys, a big one for them, looking to consolidate themselves and continue their run towards the top 4, and for Arcade, an opportunity to spoil the party.
It certainly is. That's all that Arcade can do from here on out. And for Barbie Boys, we'll see if they can get the result that they know is very much likely for them, but they've got to lock in, treat their opponent with respect. We'll see how this one does play out. I mean, as is the case in Oceania, even the team that's last in a best of 1 absolutely can spoil that party. So Barbie Boys need to make sure that they stay locked in mentally. And I think that's where someone like Prez on this roster is probably really good. If I'm going to be honest, you look at from Bailey down there on the right-hand side, I could see those guys coming into a game like this and throwing caution to the wind, having fun, doing silly things. But I think Prez has probably got the brain to kind of just keep things in check as the bands Clash, Kaid, Capitao, and the Thermite.
Yeah, I think if they remain disciplined in this matchup, play compact defensively, they really shouldn't have too many problems. I think they only start to fall into the trap of maybe playing to not lose if a bit of pressure gets mounted, and then a more negative play style will unravel them a little bit. So yeah, we'll see how it does develop. The bans for the first half: Clash, Kaid, Cap, and Therm. And I think Basement will be a little telling as to maybe what they want to try and deploy. Theorized earlier as to how much they wish to play offsite as opposed to bunker down. It looks like there'll be some investment up above with Pinku Bathroom currently. Whether or not that's a permanent position to be played, we'll wait and see.
5 seconds to go.
In fact, I don't know. We'll see if they commit here. I mean, it's not the most typical offsite comp here with no scope post, no castle, for instance, but they still have the tools available to at least play a bit of a peel defense.
Razor Bloom going out.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
Just looking at some of the numbers of the for the stage when it comes to the top-rated players, as Pinku gets the first kill. I was going to mention that he and Bailey are both inside of the top 9 when it comes to overall EPS. He got traded though after that initial opening kill onto Boxo. Basement site choice for Barbie Boys now without the allo of Pinku, but they do get rid of the IQ. Not sure that's going to have too much of an effect though. Double hard breach with Wizard as well playing the Blackbeard. Azers would love to get a bit of that kitchen control on the Buck.
Yeah,
Very cautious.
A lot of creeping in this round.
Keep us strikes through. Deploy barrier.
Maybe a little indicative as the style of Siege we'll see here in Club. Maybe a little more fluid than usual. 4 versus 4 though, as we now eclipse the midpoint of the round. Vertical to be established in the kitchen hall. Pretty old school stuff here from Arcade. Still plentiful amount of ranged hard breach, so they can open up triple wall if they so wish.
Sell them out!
We could end up seeing a church finish point here from Arcade. Barbie Boys on the flip side. Triple smoke still up. Quicks with 1 key bomb remaining. And presumably there are Goyos in position to counter at least the Moto side drop here.
And Prez is going to be very cautious with his positioning now. He's made the run at the back of church though successfully.
Get ready for the breach.
Away from the
Attackers have
opened
dropped
up
the bomb
triple
diffuser.
wall.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
We saw in the opening round, of course, Clubhouse of the previous match, that 30-second drop down. That did go the way of Shy Academy. It was the only round they ended up actually winning. It's going to have to be something similar, I think, for Arcade in this round. And there's going to be actually a main stairs push now with Wizard. There's a lot of footholds that opened up. And there's some of them their own doing, though, of course, with this triple wall breach. Pushed down now from Blue for Azers. So they're trying to go for this pinch over towards the church side. Wizard going for the plant in that particular site, keeping the pressure over towards Blue. They got that kill onto Prez. Walsh goes down. Plant will be successful. Now the defense has just kind of allowed the attack to just waltz on in. This has been a little bit too comfortable and a little bit too easy for Arcade. And in the end, Wizard's shield proved the difference. They get the opening round on basement attack Clubhouse.
Yeah, nothing meta breaking there in the opening round from the attack, but good clean siege. A pretty old school triple wall hit at the end there, making good use of the ranged hard breach on offer. They showed good promise in the early round as well, eventually with the trade that they were able to find. Unfortunately, Boxo out once more. Hopefully not another power outage. Not sure if he was subject to the first, but either way, good work there from Arcade. And some smiles all around. It looks like pretty pleased with that opening round result and body language suggesting that, yeah, they're eager for a win tonight.
Yeah, technical timeout due to the Boxo disconnection, as you said. Hopefully it's not the overriding power outage issue. Just the one round, and you know what, the beauty of the game that we had just before, there is Boxo, by the way, so he's going to get back in, but
backup generators kicked in.
The beauty of the game that we just had, you know, kind of just says that you don't want to overreact too much. Attacking round win, basement club, yeah, it's great, but then, you know, rival win and 1-7 straight after that. So can't get carried away with just the one round. We can't. They certainly can't either for Arcade. But again, for Arcade, they're just playing with house money. Like, they got nothing to lose, nothing to gain. They're just playing a game of Siege in a controlled environment, having a bit of fun. There's far more pressure on Barbie Boys, and if they can just string a couple of rounds together on the attack, that pressure's going to magnify pretty quickly. For Barbie Boys knowing that, yeah, not must win, but certainly a game that they're going to need to probably win if they're going to make top 4. leaves the door ajar for, you know, the likes of rival Shy Academy.
The drawer or the door? Or both?
Maybe both. Technically both work.
I don't think I've ever heard draw a job.
You know what's interesting as well? If Barbie Boys were to lose this as well, guys, it's a long way from happening. But if it were to happen, obviously they'd be on 7 points. 6 targets, play rival, then they play Shy Academy. If they could win both of those games, there's a chance they could still make top 4 as well. There's big, you know, ramifications on this particular game outside of just Barbie Boys.
Yeah, there's so much that can play out in the mid-pack. Man Esports currently sitting as the only team confirmed for the top 4, a finals seed. Their exact position, though, certainly far from being determined, and that's certainly the storyline for the remainder of the teams here in OCE. And it's going to be highly competitive, 2 slots on the line this particular stage. As we continue this tech pause, it should be completed shortly as we get Boxo back into the server. Another talking point as well that hasn't quite really had major influence yet. It's probably going to be a talking point in the final play day for Acquire, but it is that round differential. It is the first tiebreaker, and so teams that are vying for a top 4 position, this game a good example, Barbie Boys will want to have the most dominant result possible, because as it stands, they only have a +2 round differential, both EP and Chiefs above them, who aren't quite confirmed for top 4 just yet. +14 and +10 just as a reference point, and Men, who are already locked, are +14. So they're certainly a ways away from that, although they are still leading all comers with rival Shy Academy, 6 targets on Arcade, all negative. So if Barbie Boys can put in a big performance here and recover after that first round loss and walk away with a dominant win, round differential may not be a massive determining factor for them for the remainder of the stage.
Yeah, and as I kind of look more and more while we've got this time during the technical timeout, which may be becoming a rehost as well, I'm pretty certain that if Barbie Boys were to win tonight, they'd go to 10 points. The max that 6T can get to would be 10. They don't have the head-to-head. They don't have the round differential. So I'm pretty confident in saying that a Barbie Boys 3-point win, which means winning in regulation, would see 6 targets, then therefore knocked out. So they're hoping for an arcade win. Shy Academy would be hoping for an arcade win, etc. You know, that's kind of what's on the line. That if Barbie Boys were to actually, you know, go on and win this game, to me, it kind of feels like it is far more likely that it could come down to Barbie Boys versus rival. I mean, even for Shy Academy, the maximum amount of points they can get to is 11, but Barbie Boys and rival play each other on the final play day, and the winner of that would most likely go over the 11-point threshold as well.
Yeah, there's so much math, I feel like, that to still play out for the remaining 8 games plus the 2 tonight. And while we take an opportunity to maybe run some of that math, we'll throw you guys to a break as we continue this tech pause. Don't go too far. We'll be back in a moment.
All right, well, the technical timeout slash rehost didn't last too long. Should be getting back into the game. Just the one round played, which was the basement site win for Arcade on the attack. Gym Bedroom to follow.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Swapping mags.
I've seen this movie before, though, and not too long ago.
Yeah. It's going to be a grind for Arcade. We actually did take an opportunity to run some very quick math on Arcade and their potential run towards top 4, and whilst it isn't technically over, it relies on winning all their games from this point onwards in regulation, plus OT results, etc. elsewhere. Yeah, a lot of permutations, and the chances of them making it through are essentially under 1%. That's not technically over, but
Attackers are moving out to locate
still very much the team on the back foot in this matchup, and Barbie Boys with a lot more to lose. Currently sitting 4th in the standings, so in a finals position currently, but that would be very fragile if they were to go on and lose this game.
Reloading.
Hard breaches.
Bomb located by attackers.
It'd be quite disappointing for Arcade in some ways if they were to, have a really good game here, even get a win. You think, oh, you couldn't have done that a little earlier in the stage. Sometimes there are teams and players that just have a bit of a different mental mindset when, you know that you're very unlikely to be able to make finals. As you said, we kind of ran the numbers. There's a 0.1% chance they could technically still make it. Does require a win right here, right now, and all 3 points for that matter in all of their remaining games, and a whole bunch of other permutations. The pressure is largely off, as Quicks is just sitting below Logi Hatch. Pretty standard extension right now for Barbie Boys. A minute and a half left into the round. Hasn't really been a whole lot again from Arcade. A lot of that creeping, a lot of that posturing. Haven't taken the battle towards Cash and CCTV, as is outside on the balcony. Lion Scan doesn't really help them out. In fact, it's Wizard that goes down first. Quicks then gets the kill onto Loyaleth. Boxo falls. And Walsh has found 3 in this round as Azaz makes his way into sight. He got the 1 kill, and that was all. Barbie Boys respond on Gym Bedroom.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. I was having a look at a couple of stat sheets there and look back round over. There was comprehensive there and a good response after a pause in the action, which some teams can sometimes find a little tricky to then flick the switch and be round ready, game ready. So good work there from Barbie Boys, seeing a much better brand of Siege from them there in that round compared to the first, where they were a little more scattered.
Attackers need to locate and
Still though, an
defuse
opening
bombs.
kill that went the way of their opposition, so Barbie Boys at least have that still going for them at 100% rate. Well, pardon me, it was actually... Sorry, no. It's actually 100% in favor of Barbie Boys. Correction, so... Doubly positive for them. And Walsh as well with a 3k in that last round. Over to catch CCTV then for Barbie Boys here in round number 3. And Prez is... Well, he's going to play some Prez strats in this round. Deployable shield, con wall facing CCTV. And I presume that's to get the Shamika launcher activated late round for Plant Denial. Smoke not banned out, but equally not selected this round.
Yeah, not a lot to go off really. First round, a bit of a one-sided affair from Arcade. Second round, same as well for Barbie Boys. 1 for 1. They both land a blow each. Good round from Walsh. And sometimes you get that opening round. It's Basement Club. You almost get lulled into that comfort feeling, and you get then a little bit woken up by That swift entry. Well, it seems like Barbie Boys did wake up pretty quickly. Piku has been droned out towards Jim. Shoots it and does make the right decision to reposition. Actually pretty good positioning behind the flipped mattress. Not showing himself to the balcony. He also has clicks for cover. And Walsh still lingering around main stairs. So it's a pretty decent extension here for a Cash and CCTV side. Barbie Boy is showing quite a lot horizontally.
Yeah, certainly multi-layered. There's a lot to contend with here for Arcade. We'll see if they actually commit to the clear or try to go for the pivot late. Although into that garage setup and the Shamika lineup, that's not going to be too much fun either. I think they'll probably be better served trying to isolate these defenders, and Bailey finds himself caught. Good swing though onto Box, who whilst vaulting over towards Jacuzzi Falls. Wizard in the meantime, attempting plant, and there's... Oh, watch below. As Piku has the cross. Sharp shot.
It just got a little messy, but fortunately the cavalry arrives. Barbie Boys, by losing Bailey early on the Echo, they did lose site control. That allowed the plant attempt, but Barbie Boys reacted quickly enough. Arcade just couldn't win the cover fights. As is the headshot onto Quicks. Oh, and then gets Prez very, very low. I thought he killed him. Evidently, he almost did. Hazes himself is still low on health. Prez, you can use your Shamika launcher. You are allowed. It's not needed, though. Walsh has got it covered. Barbie Boys make it 2 straight. A little dicey. An intriguing setup that was almost punished, but they get the round win.
Yeah. Look, this match so far is already subverting my expectations in terms of the approach from both teams. I expected a pretty straight shootout, classic club, very straightforward style from both the attack and defense. And we kind of saw that, I think, in the opening basement round when Arcade went for the triple wall attack, focus main stairs, etc. But yeah, second floor a little bit more snappy than from Barbie Boys. And that third round defensively with the Tachenka setup, heavy horizontal extension, lurk down below, lounge late, forfeiting control entirely there of CCTV and not immediately contesting the Kennelsbury Gentry. It was very unorthodox from the defense, but they kept pace. Great 1v3 attempt from Asses. Unfortunately, just unable to get the job done. Props though for the attempt and not giving up. Back down to basement. And do we see a replay? A similar story to what we saw earlier tonight with the underdog claiming a round and then getting stomped. It's possible. Barbie Boys were looking to try and build up some more momentum here defensively.
Well, I mean, Shy Academy were not the underdog according to Twitch chats and the
well,
poll.
Sure. Yeah, I guess so.
And based off last week, I don't know, a bit different, but I get what you're saying, 100%. Now, long way to go. I mean, even in that round, still came down to 2 alive. In all honesty, as is almost getting that kill into Prez meant it was still winnable towards the end. They identified pretty decently in that round the extension away from the site when they got that kill onto Bailey. They felt comfortable to push in, go for the plant. I think that's the right play. They just, those who were covering just couldn't win their fights. Should mention as well, for those that missed it, we of course did have a rehost after the opening round. So Walsh is 5-1, not 5-0. That's still a very good scoreline. Oh, Syro, the headshot kill on to Bailey. That's going to be his second opening death in a row, but this time at least not playing the Echo on the Goya, means the Vulcan canisters pre-placed. Does leave basement vulnerable again, though.
Yeah, Bailey will be no doubt disappointed being caught out in that position, and it now heightens the pressure on the rest of this defense for the remainder of the round. There's a lot of time. Walsh, though, able to bite back. He aggressed over towards
Is that a
Dirt.
run out?
Maybe. If not, at minimum, a peek outside. Yeah, just a wide swing there from Dirt. Catches the player outside. Meat lockup.
Well, I mean, look at the floorboards. Azes didn't really open anything up with the skeleton key. Not the end of the world, but it's a big piece of utility that has been eliminated. Kitchen hatch still needs to be opened up. They do have the X-Cairo, so no problem. But less pressure can now be applied by Arcade, and it evened up the numbers. That was a big kill from Walsh. we're going to get these payload calls out from Boxo as well. He's just got 5 sitting in pocket, a minute left in the round. I tell you what though, Arcade's pacing this half has been very on the slow side.
Yeah, it has been a little more old school club this time around to maybe some of the chaos ball that we've seen inflicted previously. Although this pattern looks quite similar from Arcade. So range hard breach into triple. Barbie Boys will be relaying that. Prez up close, contending and stalling out on the smoke. And he has a key role. Still 2 gas babes remain and less than 30 seconds on the clock for Arcade.
Walsh is going to eat the first call that Boxo has sent out, so no more calls onto Walsh. He can stay gun up over towards Arsenal. 14 seconds. He's still not a lot of time. Still got these footholds. Should deal with Wizard here. Feet will be showing. He goes down very quickly. Another one to follow. Plus the kitchen hash. Not a time for the reload. Walsh has got the cover though, and the second. He's just firing on all cylinders for Walsh. He's gotten 8 kills in 3 rounds. Barbie Boys make it 3 straight. They go around the world. They win all 3 sites, and it's forced a tactical timeout from Arcade.
Yeah, Barbie Boys have come alive here in the last few rounds. Does prompt that tac timeout, as you mentioned. How valuable will that be? How much influence can it have in this match? Time will tell. Arcade went for a fairly similar attacking approach there, and I think Barbie Boys, just with especially the smoke up close, some of the positions they held, etc., etc., they were in a much better position to deny that. They didn't have to do a whole lot to be on the excelling side there, the high percentage side, and they've improved significantly since that first round. And it doesn't look like there's too many signs that this momentum will stall.
You know, Walsh is sitting 1 point shy of 200 EPS through the opening 4 rounds. He's had a good stage so far. Not a great stage, but a good stage. I mean, he's kind of around that middle pack, 21st rated player. He's basically equal with the likes of Cairo. But you take into account that kickoff was his debut. And this has been a really, really good game from him. And Quick's just getting caught there on the reload timing when he was pushing away from that bot main pressure, and then the kitchen drop untimely. But Walsh had it covered.
10 seconds to go.
So Gym Bedroom again. Last time out, this was very comfortable for Barbie Boys. Walsh getting a 3K in that round. They kept 4 alive. He got that opening kill onto Wizard. Wizard 0 and 3.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
He did have a kill in the opening round. That's not in the in-game stats.
I'm reloading.
Position secured.
Taro with the last 2 opening kills, but neither of them have been converted.
So Arcade taking that opportunity to have a chat. See how much they look to change things up for round 5. Gym Bedroom and early posturing for the map clear.
Just brought extra hard breach compared to last time. Drop the striker,
Yeah.
bring the ex-Kairos of the Habana.
They bring the snake again once more. Probably looking to see that get a little bit more value. Probably a tool that can be employed late round when they start thinking about the Logi to Bedroom split. For now though, emphasis and focus top red. Oh, Pinku, sharp. Second kill for the map so far, and Box having a rough one. Quicks as well will find his mark, and the tactical timeout from Arcade seemingly will not be effective.
Well, I wonder from their philosophy, look at what happened last time on Gym Bedroom. They didn't bring hard breach. They didn't really go for the sweep across. It was all kind of direct. This time they think, okay, well, let's do that. And then they've kind of played into the hands of Barbie Boys, as they like to play this big extension. Hanses falls into the background. Prez spotting out Wizard, knows that Zara's top red as well, so they have information on the last two players. Walsh with an over-aggressive swing though. Prez tucked into the corner. Finally he gets the help from Bailey. Wizard in a 1 versus 2 with a minute left playing Blackbeard. It's not impossible. Vix does have a Nitro Assault plus 3 Zoto canisters remaining. He's got the utility. Bailey will just play with the shotgun. Wizard postures at the doorway trying to bait out the Razor Bloom shell. Does so successfully. No damage taken, and he does have the diffuser as well. 40 seconds, so still plenty of time. Doesn't need to rush this. Knows this one behind the deployable shield. That's Bailey. Goes for the swing. Nitro Assault would have got him anyway. 4 straight for Barbie boys. 1 more round to go in the half.
Yeah, that lack of conversion will potentially prove to be quite costly for Arcade, who desperately need maximum points tonight to stand any outside chance, and it is very much an outside chance to still make finals. Walking away empty-handed here will be a line through their name.
Defenders, protect your
It was a good start, but unfortunately for them, Barbie Boys have sprung back into life here over the last 4 rounds. They have been pretty much nothing short of dominant. It's very much felt that way. That's the perception. And look, in terms of the players remaining from rounds 2 to 5, it's been 4, 2, 3, 2. They've always at least had a duo still standing at the end of the round, which has actually aided them on a couple of occasions. And it's been very challenging for Arcade. Back to catch CCTV. Prez back onto the Tachanka, no smoke. And last time there was a big extension bedroom side, probably expecting something similar because it was successful last time around.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Calm your nerves. You are here because you proved yourself.
Hard to find a lot of positives right now for Arcade after that opening round. Where so much went right.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Just give up the 4 rounds after that and now find yourself in a bit of a hole. Final opportunity to see if they can muster up a second attacking round.
Reaching here.
Could be the difference maker. Poor old Boxo, 0 and 5 here in this game. 29 EPS, 0-2 on the entry. He's had a rough one. But all it takes is just 1 good round to salvage what's been a pretty difficult half for him and his team. Bailey goes back onto the Echo. Last seen on this site back in the 3rd round. He was the opening death in that round, so didn't really get to play with the Yokais.
Oh, wow, that's nasty.
Cast a blessing.
Yeah. Wins the entry despite the burst from Bailey. The advantage doesn't last long though. Walsh again opportunistic.
Yeah, Walsh is
that
just
time
so active.
Garage, yeah. But he's not particularly playing low risk, or pardon me, high risk plays. They're actually just well calculated. Hence the 10-1 scoreline for him. So again, short-lived advantage for the attack, and the rest of this final round of the half for Arcade will be a grind. Abana out. Pressure though already being layered in through Con. Pinku again, sharp shot.
And it's not like Pinku's had one of those, you know, big double-digit kill kind of games, but he just finds a way to get impactful kills. There's another one onto Boxo. Well, it's going to be a 5-1 lead for Barbie Boys. Their real goal, their real quest is finals. And this is just a match that's in their way that they want to sweep aside as quick as possible. 5 straight to close the half.
Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. No thoughts of wandering away with me today. Fading into gray. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. Innocence and honesty keep signaling my brilliance. Living in this harmony, it's hard to see the change. Ignorance of poverty was sinking in resilience. Adrenaline, my arteries are masking all the pain. I symbolize the vigilance, we need to rise above it. It makes it hard to breathe when we're living in the flames. So make rhythms and we influence the youngers. It's like we plant the seed and watch them grow into the names.
Lately I've been studying Ibrahim Traore. What it takes to make change, blood and tears, that they assure me. Stripes and gun range, bodyguards at every doorway. Civil rights to sustain this peace over Wahala. If we had to fight, we had to die. That's why we ain't seen another Thomas Sankara. Who are you when you can change all the fortunes of your people? I'm tired too, I used to blame Western forces of evil. I'm tired too, I'm choosing pain and let my hatred try to greet you. I'm asking, can I really flex? Forget the poverty we've been through. Puppets in our section, check the strings above, you know it's lethal. And am I still collecting? I'll try to protect my own peace and breeze through.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain.
Well, as we return to head into the second half, it's 5 straight for Barbie Boys on their path to closing this particular game out emphatically. But job's not done just yet. Arcade go defense. They can certainly win a couple of rounds on the stronger defensive sides. Keep this one going a little bit longer. Again, we ran the numbers. They had a 0.1% chance still at finals, but needed all 3 points here. Certainly cannot allow Barbie Boys to even get to 6. They need to essentially win themselves 6 straight rounds if they are to still have any chance at making top 4. Thermite, Monty, Kaid, and Bandit are the bands.
As many bombs as they can.
Vulcan is ready. Use it if you have to. Vulcan is up.
Yeah, certainly no surprises there in terms of ban phase. Probably the most standard set that you can get here on Club. And down to basement for the opening round here. Arcade just need to try and grind their way through this as best as possible, but you're right, every round from here is now incredibly critical. For Barbie Boys though, they'll be looking to exchange the momentum that they gathered back in the first half and translate it across here to attack. Some significant switch ups in terms of their composition for this round. Don't know if that was in response to what they saw or even if it was just the fundamental side itself, but
Barrier activated.
the inclusion of the clash, the blitz here will be intriguing to see play out. We didn't see the blitz selected at all back in the first half. Wizard primarily electing to play the Blackbeard. And the inclusion of the Dockerbee as well. We'll see if, alongside the Lion, Barbie Boys were able to isolate some of these defenders.
Walsh is staring at the flames. Well, he's been quite hot himself this game. 10-2, 1-0 on the entry. Deep position blue as Wizard falls immediately. Bailey traded quickly though by Azza, so they do lose the blitz. Pressure got the opening kill. Good early pressure here though from Barbie Boys. They want to end this quick. They're going straight for the plant. Oil pit drop. Will not be, oh, it might be successful. No, Walsh Wizard and a quick turnaround kill. Tried to pull the pistol out. Boxo had him timed. Pinku was there for the trade. Barbie Boys well surrounded within the site. That was sharp, very quick, and it means Arcade are now officially out of making finals.
Yeah, they made quick work of them there, just able to carve through blue, and then a really good position from Walsh, able to deny the 2 players that remained above on the first floor. Now just one away from being able to close this out, and it will mean another dominant result tonight here in OCE. I suppose at this point, triple curtain raiser for the 2 big dogs, Chiefs and EP up next. And Barbie Boys eagerly wanting to join them Not that either of those two are confirmed just yet, but the expectation will be that they are. And Barbie Boys ultimately, again, operating under the assumption they're going to win this match, highly likely, they could still find themselves in a pretty serious scrap all the way down to the final playday to make top 4 for finals. So it's going to be very interesting to track their run over the next couple of weeks. Nothing is guaranteed for them at this point.
Keep us secured.
Reload! 10 seconds to go.
Deploying shield.
5 seconds left.
I mean, what do you make of Walsh? What a game individually. Probably, barring something that happens in the next game, will be our MVP for the day. 12-3. 1-0 on the entry. 86% cost. 179 EPS. He's, of course, debuted back in kickoff. It feels like he's going to be sticking around for a while in Tier 1.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't put much of a foot wrong over the last 45 minutes or so. It's been cleaned from him, and it's been impact as well. It hasn't really just been exit frags on defense. He was getting proactive and finding kills back, typically when the team was at a disadvantage, and yeah, a good display there in terms of his attacking prowess. And while they'll be fighting from behind here in their first match point round, courtesy of Quicks, who unfortunately falls garage side. 3 targets available here to Walsh on the Deimos for this round. Super utility, the Zoto canisters invested from Loyalith to slow down the Kennelside breach, although it is eventually opened up, and he'll now be subject to the death mark.
Yeah, I don't want to curse him, but he's the way he's playing right now, he seems like he can get 2 players every round. So even though it's a 5v4, the way Walsh is playing, it's still a decent chance for Barbie Boys.
4.5.
Oh, good shot there from Loyalith. Pinker goes down. Barely gets his one at the window. Loyalith wants to take a peek as well. No, he's tucked in left side. He needs to try and get Walsh into this game. Cross will be successful though. Bailey can now give it another chance and another chance. He will take. Gets that kill, but caught vaulting in. Azaz catches him at the window. Walsh is pushed up top red. Needed press to win that battle. Walsh hasn't gotten a kill this round. Surely can't get all 3. It feels like Arcade are very much likely to get their second round.
Yeah, especially with the clash here, it should be pretty simple for Wizard to stall out and offer intel. Walsh will give it his best shot though, nothing to lose at this point. He can pluck the one close left, maybe it's possible, but has a read. Siren early swing. Decent response from Walsh, but ultimately overrun. Good work from Arcade. Sharp start to the round from Loyalith, and Barbie Boys unable to recover.
We go again. And 4 more required for Arcade to pull off an upset. Of course, 1 point already secured for Barbie Boys. That now puts them on 8 points. Play Enterprise tomorrow, though. In my mind, that's kind of a free swing. I mean, they'd love to get that result, which would maybe then save them the hassle of having to do kind of a do or die Playday 7 game against Rival. If they don't win that, then yeah, the game against Rival likely. To me, it's kind of just shaping up to be that's the game. Win and you're in between those two for the final spot inside of the top 4. Shaping up at least, not a guarantee, but it's on that pathway. And Walsh knew that that was always going to be a challenge. Clash in your face, top red, and knew exactly where he was. And we get to go back down to basement, which last time out, Barbie Boys went with absolute aggression. They brought the blitz line combination, rushed in, got a good couple of kills.
I've got you covered.
We'll see if they opt to try and repeat that or go a little bit more conventional. Judging by the lineup, it seems like it'll be more the conventional route.
Oh yeah, let's see how much more Arcade can eke out of this matchup. They're officially the potential spoilers to the party now for their remaining opponents, including this match. Barbie Boys will be looking to tidy the entry here this time around and alleviate a lot of that pressure in the mid-round, but right on cue. And unfortunately for them, is not converted, or at least not found. Syro will isolate Pinku, takes the Nomad off the board, and that may open more opportunities later in the round for this defense to aggress.
The funny thing with these kind of games is the longer this goes on, the more nervy you can get if you're Barbie boys. You can drop a couple of rounds. It's not the end of the world. Chance, though, for Bailey. Converts onto Syro, looking across. But, oh, lovely turnaround onto Boxo as well. It was sharp, it was quick, and it's quite damaging. Now it gives the numbers advantage to Barbie boys. We still have Asses on the Clash, which can at least try and offset a little bit with the defensive approach, but they are now very wounded offensively. You got Wizard, who's 0-6, plus the Clash kind of leaves a lot into the basket of Loyalith in the fracking department.
Yeah, it does, and it'll now need to be a calculated play from the Clash. How much do you want to play shield up as opposed to planted? Do you risk 2v4 in terms of gunplay to exchange that out for the information and the stall out that the Clash shield can offer? It's a tricky decision now to make. 45 seconds on the board. Still a bit of stall out util available here for Arcade, but Barbie boys presumably posture for the kitchen drop. And Wizard will proactively play under said drop.
I mean, he's still got another Vulcan canister dirt, but there's not going to be a dirt push, so it's kind of a wasted utility. Wizard doesn't know that, and he keeps himself pretty safe and tucked in over towards dirt, but he's also then split away. In fact, all three of them largely are. Loyalist just kind of wanted to get some information, and then that forced Wizard out of dirt to try and backfill in. It falls apart. Poor old Azaz, nothing he can do. Well, it wasn't quite 7 straight after losing the opening round, but it was done near close. Barbie boys 7-2 beatdown against Arcade on their quest for finals. It's another victory. But let's be honest, there's more work ahead of them, guys. They're not locked in. They need to still get results. They play Enterprise tomorrow. That's going to be a difficult game. And all eyes really then on Playday 7, what will be their last game against Rival. To me, that looks like that's the big one.
Yeah, I think I'd very much agree with that sentiment. The job is not done. That's the biggest takeaway. It's a victory that they can be happy about, but it's still a tough week ahead, and potentially next week as well. Both games for them should still be highly influential in terms of where they finish in the standings. So good job today, but plenty more siege required from them of a high standard if they are to make top 4.
They've only dropped 1 game so far at this stage. That was back in Playday 2 against Chief. So for all intents and purposes, it's been a really good stage. The only problem is 2 of those wins were in overtime. One of them against Man LFO, the other against 6 targets last week. But otherwise, what's been a very good stage up until this point. Now also, I think a good timely test as to where they're really at against Enterprise tomorrow for Barbie boys. They're kind of set up really nicely on the stage. Walsh with a standout performance, 14-4, 164 EPS, clear standout MVP for this game. And by the end of the day, he may be there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He was insane today. Big cost, big impact. And there were a couple of rounds where Barbie boys weren't in the best position, but then he kind of took it upon himself to make a play and find that opening. So credit to him. And just another point as well to quickly make for Barbie boys, their round differential now has been given a big boost, especially in comparison to the rest of the comp. So could potentially be a difference maker pending their other results.
Well, let's go and chat with the leader of the team in Prez after their win against Arcade 7-2. Congratulations, mate, on what was a pretty comfortable win in the end. Not a lot to maybe say too much about this game. I guess in some ways, Arcade, an opponent that's at the bottom of the standings, clearly having a difficult stage. For you guys, it would have been come in, get the job done. You've done that now. You can move on, and moving on, tomorrow you've got Enterprise. So how do you quickly move on from an opponent that's on the lower end of the standings to a team that's on the higher end?
I think for us, it's just about playing to our game plan and playing to our strengths. You know, obviously a lot of teams can go up against EP and like, oh, it's EP, like, oh, we're just going to get smashed, yada, yada, yada. But I think for us, it's just about going to that game and knowing how well we can play and bringing that to the table. And hopefully it's enough to get the job done against EP, and I think it is.
Yeah, just I guess extending on that a little bit, how do you try and prepare the team for that? I guess as a leader on the team, someone with a lot of experience, you know, you've been in these big OCE games time and time again. Do you sort of feel an element of responsibility to be the leader on this team and show that confidence and hope that the rest of the team can buy into that?
Yeah, I think every game for me is like my role is just that leadership figure, and I think for the EP game it's just going to be a lot of like composure and resetting, that sort of mental side of the game. Like we've got the frag potential, we've got the strategies in place. It's just going to come down to that game day mentality and making sure we're ready for the fight.
Walsh was at his very best tonight, Prez. What are your thoughts on watching him play? Obviously, you've been around the block now, so you've seen the good, the bad, and the up-and-comers. Where do you kind of put him and what his future can have?
You know me, I've always been the one to kind of pick up those up-and-comers, and I wouldn't put it past him to be one of those next big names in OCE. But yeah, it's good. It's everyone on this team has kind of got that ability to have that big pop-off game. So Bailey got MVP last week. Obviously, Pinku's had some stellar performances, and even Zik, like it's his debut comp season, and he's been really consistent throughout every game. So really happy with how everyone's performing at the moment.
I will give you the floor, mate, before we let you go. Anything you'd like to say?
Not too much. Just thanks everyone for supporting us in the chat. We definitely see your messages. So thanks heaps, and we'll get the job done against EP tomorrow.
Congratulations again on the win, Prayers, and best of luck tomorrow against Enterprise. It's going to be a difficult game, but I'm sure you guys are up for it.
Yeah, it'll be a good one.
So 7-2, 7-1, 7-2. I hope that doesn't mean 7-1's on the cards in the next game, guys, because it's our match of the day. Chiefs taking on Enterprise, the old grudge match, the best two teams in the region, and an opportunity to see who can come out on top in our next game.
Hopefully not. Fingers crossed. Live standings, second versus third. Very difficult to split these two. I guess just one quick fun fact before we do throw to the break. Chiefs, the only one of the two with the 1 point lead that could potentially actually jump back ahead of Man Esports, but it would actually be reliant on a dominant result given how the round differential has shaped up. So Man Esports could walk away still top dog at the end of the night, but Chiefs EP should be a good scrap.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go to the break. When we come back, it's the big one. Chiefs versus Enterprise. Who can claim to be the best in the region? We'll find out very shortly.
처음에 공개됐을 때 트레일러를 보고 이게 진짠가 하고 좀 현실 부정도 했었고, 그리고 진짜인 걸 알았을 때 엄청 기뻤고, 이제 옛날에 제 정감이 가던 캐릭터 중 하나니까 막 주변 사람들한테 얘기도 하고 했는데, 이게 제가 5살 때 즐겨하던 거다 보니까 이게 최근에 그 저보다 어린 선수들한테는 약간 그 모르는 이야기더라고요. 그래서 좀 씁쓸하면서도 저 혼자 재밌어하는 그런 상황입니다. 지금 팀은 살짝 자유로운 분위기가 좀 더 강한 것 같고요. 제 역할도 뭐 그냥 OP 캐릭터? 좋은 캐릭터 그냥 아무거나 골라서 하는 거고, 지금 팀의 분위기가 뭐 서로 훨씬 친하기도 하고, 이제 언어도 한국어로 소통해서 편하기도 하고, 환경 자체는 좋은 것 같아요. 사실상 형 역할을 하는 건 저희 지금 헤드코치 맡고 있는 동욱이 하고 있고요. 그 저보다 나이 높은 선수는 이제 데믹, 저는 아직 24이라 한 중간 정도인 것 같아요. 지금 클라우드9과 비교를 하면 지금 많이 메타도 바뀌고 시대도 변하고 해서, 뭐 그때는 되게 체계적이고 살짝 딱딱한 느낌으로 우직하게 이긴다고 하면, 지금은 약간 자유자재한 플레이 스타일이라 픽도 자유자재로 바꾸고, 전 팀에 있을 때는 많이 했었던 것 같은데, 뭐 이번 팀에는 다 그래도 경력 있고 다 게임 이해도 높은 멤버들이라서 뭐 다 알아서 잘해가지고 괜찮은 것 같아요. 지금 이번 스테이지에서 제일 이기고 싶은 팀은 아무래도 D+ 기아인 것 같아요. 그리고 사실상 제일 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 걔네만 이기면 지역 1위 또는 뭐 브라질과 맞먹는 수준으로 갈 수 있다고 생각해가지고 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
て遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング、ちびるに Your eyes tell me everything I need, your smile what I ever like、 宝物だね、約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど、僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして、僕の手を握って、少し切ない、それもまた無勢な胸味、 Your eyes tell me everything I need, everything I need, your smile what I ever like、 宝物だね。
want to be second. We were, at one point, you can say regardless of 7-5, it was a close game, we were that close to beating them in the first place, and they went on to top 8 that major. So it's not like we don't want to be putting ourselves in a situation where like, oh yeah, boys, we can get second, and then everyone else is chasing us. We want to be chasing EP, so the gap between, you know, whoever's coming after us, like obviously we haven't even got second yet, so I can't even say we're the second best team. This is first game day. So it's definitely, I think, we're going towards that mentality of we want to be chasing down first place, not looking for second.
Well, as we heard from Nate, they're not looking to finish second, guys. They want that top spot. As of right now, they are in second, but the team in the top spot is not Enterprise. So a pretty big game ahead for these two juggernauts of the region. Certainly a grudge match, a revenge match in some ways, and certainly a really good little prelude to what finals may bring. Again, the Oceanic region with 2 slots to the Esports World Cup. Many, I think, before the stage began would have said Chiefs, EP, lock them in, but the way that the other teams in the region are playing, by no means a certainty for both of these two, coming off losses as well last week against Shy Academy. So a bit of work to do.
Yeah, and a bit of a grudge match potentially as well. We have a little special graphic for this particular matchup, and it's a direct screenshot. Bappin with a comment earlier in the year saying, kept what mattered, upgraded the rest, appreciating the trust from EP. Of course, in reference to the roster changes that they made in the past, the super team that they now have been able to build. Unfortunately, Relays and player on the receiving end of those particular changes, and I suppose in a way Bappin has, at least for now, gotten the last laugh with that performance at Six Invitational, or pardon me, at Salt Lake City, where they were able to make main stage, and they'll be looking to go one step further, provided they can qualify for EWC.
Now, off the back of this, we're going to have a look at the Chiefs roster. Right now, inside of the top 3 EPS for the region is Player, funnily enough. He's 116 EPS. He's having a very, very good stage so far. He is only behind Bappin and Jigsaw. So he's right up there. And interestingly enough as well, Jigsaw, Bappin are 1 and 2 respectively. Then it's Player. And then in terms of this matchup, you've got Lunchbox and then Relays before you get to Two-Hunt. So in terms of the widespread performance, Chiefs have been a bit better than Enterprise, who have been a little bit more reliant on their 2-star gunners. And so I think that's where there's been some really good success for Chiefs this stage. Of course, they too, like Enterprise, ended up losing to Shy Academy last week. That one at least was in overtime. But the one concern for me was they had just seen Enterprise lose to Shy Academy. You then therefore, and I remember actually I think I was speaking to Nate after the game about that particular result and not wanting to take Shy Academy lightly. They ended up losing it the next night anyway. But ultimately, I think where Chiefs were at before going into that game, had they beaten Shy Academy, I would have had them as the #1 team in the region at the moment. That's how good they've been going. You drop that, you lose an OT, you lose a couple of brownie points. Now you got to bounce back against EP, who they themselves are, of course, looking to rise back up the standings. It's set up perfectly for this game, especially for these two ahead of finals, getting pretty much the last opportunity to see each other before they may meet later in the finals.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Chiefs approach this particular matchup. Their opponents, of course, for the night. EP, again, goes without saying that they are such a strong particular roster on paper, and yeah, sure, a couple of blemishes here or there. The loss against Shy Academy does stand out, but there is a massive asterisk on that particular result, given that they were playing with Supremacist as a substitute. Brendo did fall ill. He's now back, full 5 roster, and we'll see how they do play out. I wonder as well what the approach is going to be, not just from them in a playstyle aspect, but it goes as far back as the map veto. Are they going to look to try and play a more open and fluid map that can lend itself into a little more volatility like we've seen on Chalet, for instance? Or do we see more structure, a clubhouse, which has been certainly favoured this evening? It's going to be intriguing to see, but a great test for both teams, really. I don't think there's a super duper clear favourite in this matchup, but if we had to pick one, it's probably unfair to say that it isn't EP, given that they are really, really good.
Yeah, I think that for Enterprise, they're not going to be too fussed about best of ones and going flawless in the regular stage. They know full well what their capabilities are. After what was a very, very good Salt Lake City major, they came back, and I think in some ways, this is also just a little reminder that as good as you can be, you can also come back and have a down stage or have a couple of down matches. It's all about what the mental's like when those moments do arise, such as the loss to Shy Academy, how you bounce back. Don't forget, they had Brendo out as well for a particular night. So he's back in, hopefully all good to go as we head to the VODs for this match.
Yeah, we'll spin that roulette wheel and see exactly what kind of map that we'll be facing. Both teams will be a little standoffish, I think, in revealing all too much. And so probably wasn't expecting Fortress to make it through there all the way to the very end, but it almost did. Eventually banned out by EP alongside the Chalet of Chiefs.
This is a good map.
And Bank. It ends up being an absolute classic map for OCE. 4 big matches, 4 great teams, and this is going to be a real test.
I mean, you look at the records since basically the start of the year. 4-1 for Chiefs on Bank. Their last win against Enterprise. Enterprise 7-1 record since the start of the year. Their last win was against Arcade a week ago, 7-1. I mean, for both teams, this is going to a map where they're both strong. They both feel comfortable. They both feel as if they've got the offensive power to take on this map. It's the 2 best teams in the region, let's be honest. No offense to Man LFO. They've got some proving still to do come finals time, of which they will be there. It's a matter of who's going to be joining them. Will it be Chiefs? Will it be Enterprise? One of them should book their place in with a result here on Bank. It's a big game coming up. It's the battle to be basically labeled the best in the region. Forget Salt Lake City. Forget everything that happened prior to this game. Chiefs EP battling to be the kings of OCE.
Very eager to load into this one. It does have a different aura about it. Both of these 2 teams with a serious rivalry and a good opportunity to settle it, at least for now, over the course of the group stage. And who knows what the finals will have in store. It would not be shocking to see a potential rematch in future. And with 2 slots on the line at EWC, we may potentially be bearing witness to the 2 teams to qualify here tonight. But that too, also not a guarantee. As you literally just said, it is 2nd versus 3rd. And in fact, even if Chiefs win tonight, they may also not propel themselves into that 1st spot if this is to be a close victory. EP, by trailing the leaders of Man LFO by 4 points, they cannot physically make it into 1st by the end of the night. And that's going to be a continual talking point for seeding come finals as the bands conclude Clash, Kaid, and I believe Blitz, and Ace.
What a game this promises to be. It's not quite grand final. It's not quite EWC decider. In some ways, with the region having 2 slots now, one thing we do miss out on, which is usually the classic staple within the region, guys, is a matchup such as this in a grand final-esque appearance where there's only the 1 slot, the 1 winner, and those have always provided such high-quality games, high-quality entertainment, much to the disappointment for the loser. In terms of the repercussions for this game, they're not too large. Both teams have got a decent gap to those outside the top 4. And of course, still 2 play days to follow, of which neither will play each other again. So, I mean, this is the kind of game where there's pretty much nothing to lose, but quite a bit to gain. Maybe the respect for Chiefs if they can win against Enterprise, plus the points, as you alluded to go up to 13. And for EP, maybe also just a bit of a statement to just remind everyone they're still the best.
Yeah, let's jump into this one though. Yeah, it's player to initiate entry over towards Lone on the Snake, and well, you can see before you just how extensive this room is from EP. So they're aggressive in this 1st round. They're taking it to the attack. And
there
it's
it is.
Jigsaw with the wall bang, and they're already active in the old chat. I thought that maybe it would temper a little bit in a match of this stake, but evidently that is not to be the case.
No, I feel like they'll double down. And if Chiefs can I tell you what, if Chiefs start winning a couple of rounds as well, they'll give it back. They do get one back as well through Neptune. They get rid of Bappin on the Vigil. Jackena had to be careful. Tuhan up close. Got the guard break and the kill. Swift headshot. He knows there's another one. Just loitering. That's relays over through lobby. It's Lunchbox though with a good angle. They had to pinch the cutoff. But he too is going to get outnumbered. Good shot back from Jigsaw. Brendo as well. Tuhan and Lunchbox both just kind of sitting on the floor. Brendo will put Lunchbox out of his misery. They haven't quite been able to finish off Tuhan just yet, but no one can get close enough for the revive. In fact, maybe using him as a bit of bait. They got the pings. But Relays gets the kill. Relays are Neptune more than capable, and it's a drop straight down into Vault now from Relays. Neptune as well has followed both inside. It's only Cairo that's in the site, but he is able to get off the cam in time to find the kill. Neptune gets the trade. Drop down into Vault now. Sorry, into server from Brendo.
Yeah, he has so much util that he can lay here. If EP let the plant go down, it could be dangerous.
They are starting to move. They get him off the plane. He does have 40 seconds. Doesn't need to commit. He just wanted to bait them out a little bit. On the move, but shot in the back. It's Cairo that clutches up in sight. I got a little dicey for Enterprise in the 2 versus 3 when the 2 go direct. But in the end, Cairo just times it perfectly, getting off his cams, getting the kills, and they get the opening round. Basement on Bank is obviously a very good site. We just didn't see much of it.
Yeah, it was aggressive offside early there from EP, and they elected not to peel to site immediately. Some of that was subject to the defense not being in a position that they could peel, but even the likes of Jigsaw, for instance, still up above open. That opened the path for the default hit, and Cairo was so close to getting caught out there gold. With a couple of seconds to spare, that he got off his obs tool, was then able to play gun up and was influential towards the tail end of the round. So solid work there from EP. Replay package of that prior round. Unfortunate start there for the player, got caught over towards Lone, and even Jay Kenner not particularly influential in that round on the Blackbeard. So I guess in some respects it was quite fortunate that they even got it this close in the end. Testament to those that were able to produce results elsewhere, but EP largely dominant in that opening round.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, I think those are the kind of rounds of your Chiefs. If you're going to lose rounds here on Bank to EP, it's you want to lose the scrappy ones where at least, you know, it's a 2v3 at the end. There's some fighting going back and forth. A couple of little decision-making moments kind of go against you. That's fine. You just want to be in these rounds at all times. Always keep the pressure on in this first half on the attack.
I'm reloading.
And Chiefs will be very much aware that EP are going to like to play these off meta positions, roam around the map, explore. At times go for runouts, at times look for spawn peaks, play aggressive. The Glaz and Sen's combination employed this round for Chiefs on the attack. The Warden counter though for the Glaz is going to be the nuisance, although I don't think the Glaz is going to be the overwhelming focus here for Chiefs. They've only got the 2 smokes brought into the round. We have other avenues with the Sens as well in terms of win con.
This is a interesting lineup. Maybe a Loon deploy from the top of the stairs, facilitate quick electrical entry, covers the archives. Oh, smoke stall out though. Jake commits.
Oh my god, Jake! Straight through the smoke. Now goes for the plant. Lunchbox to try and watch while that smoke is still up. Plant will be successful. Jake Kenner's on 1 HP. I don't know how he gets out of this position alive. If he does, he's a very fortunate man. Lunchbox headshot onto Bappin is exquisite. As he pops up, doesn't find anything initially. Player towards elevator will need to get involved. And he does. He gets the kill onto Brendo. Lunchbox going to be sharp once again. It's Jigsaw who gets onto the kit, trying to draw them out. It's Lunchbox through the wall, hits the shot, and another one. How about that one from the young kid? Huge round from Lunchbox, and Chiefs will get the second round.
Yeah,
but
wow,
it's Jay Kenner that set it up.
Yeah, I know, exactly. There was some sharp shooting in that round, and Jay Kenner's efforts should not be discounted. Clearly the strat there is to deploy the ROU to cover archives, then go fast hit electrical. And I don't know if it was preemptive or if it was reactive there from the defense, but the smoke was perfectly poised. The gas bay perfectly poised to stall him out. And I think Jay Kenner would have been within every right to have just halted and been like, all right, I'm not pushing through that. But not only does he push forward and stay alive, he hits an insane shot entry there over towards the cross position. And Lunchbox cleans up elsewhere. And I think Chiefs will be very pleased with that round. EP, not so much. It's Archives up next. So not heading to top 4.
Yeah, interesting decision by Enterprise, but looking to kind of test the strategical depth of Chiefs.
10 seconds to go.
Well, after the games that we had earlier tonight with the 7-2, 7-1, 7-2, the hope really is this one goes back and forth, and it's a real heavyweight bout. Triple Nitrocell available for the defense. The Nook Deimos combination could be interesting on the initial entry for Chiefs and how they want to enter the building, whether it's potentially that Nook lurk down below, make their way up. Maybe Deimos top down. This is going to be the kind of site that's going to really utilize most of the map here on Bank. Jigsaw top floor on the Solus. Bappin able to also get drones as well on the Mozzie. And then you got Cairo roaming around on the Oryx. Enterprise are going to really want to play the width of this map.
Scanning for electronics.
Yeah, cautious at the moment from EP. I think they'll be looking to extract value from the Valk this round. There is the counterplay though available elsewhere. Top square, double stack. Lunchbox and Jay Kenner able to take that ground alongside relays. Uncontested for now, but there is the threat of that triple nitro lineup from EP. And so Chiefs need to be extra considerate of that. Player in the meantime will forfeit the lobby repel as the attack now starts to pressure over towards main, maybe trying to draw out this defense. They'll be expecting this elevator hold, Tuhan to play that position. And the mirror window facing lobby though does make it a little more challenging to simply walk up and start contesting that. So strategically here from EP, a lot of layers to the defense, and it's forcing Chiefs to be quite cautious.
In some ways, if Chiefs can just try and isolate where these defenders are and then bring bodies up, they should be able to outnumber most of these fights. There's one. Bappin gets caught over towards towers. That allows the entry in for player. Tuhan takes a chunk of damage. Do still have double nitro. Cairo playing Vault down below can make his way back up pretty quickly on the Oryx. Wouldn't be surprised if he makes his way back over towards main lobby. Lunchbox headshot onto Jigsaw. He's hot right now. And he's also denying Cairo the ability to jump back up. So Cairo's going to have to find a different avenue to get involved. That's exactly what he's going to go do. And he goes to lobby. Jay Kenner's watching, waiting. They read the play perfectly. Lunchbox will get the plant down. He's doing it all at the moment. Kills and planting. Brendo by himself. Nitrocell thrown up by Brendo. Doesn't connect. They know exactly where he is now. It seems as if it's going to be 2 straight rounds for Chiefs, and what a round to do it on as well. Teller's Archives doesn't get played often. EP wanting to test out Chiefs, and Chiefs have passed with flying colors.
Yeah, very much so. Chiefs had the tools and the positioning to counteract things like that mirror, the mirror window, Valk, etc. Even the Oryx was accounted for there late round from Chiefs, so credit to them. They had a good read across the board, and I think they approached it in a fairly sensible manner, not having to take a lot of risk to extract value, and the clear was efficient. That was the 3rd appearance of that particular site in OCE so far this stage, 50-50 up until that point, but will now tilt evidently more towards the attack. Back down to a more traditional basement here for round number 4. The Echo taken away from Cairo, and the Monty to join Blitz as the double shield ban.
I mean, they just read the Oryx play so well. Good initial entry onto BAP, and that just opened up the door to go in through Tellers. The Chiefs really also bided their time, didn't rush early into the round. They weren't desperate to try and, gain too much ascendancy within the first minute and a half. Really kind of assessed the situation, droned out, got info, played off that. That's a really solid round in terms of their overall macro mechanics.
5 seconds left.
And a really good team effort so far as well, from all 5 players having an impact, but Lunchbox is leading the way. It's had an intriguing career, has Lunchbox kind of burst onto the scene a little bit, not one of the biggest bursts onto the scene, but certainly a really good sort of debut season, then a little bit quieter since then. But I'd say this year he's kind of getting back to his best and maybe showcasing that he's got room to get even better. 2-1 lead as Neptune makes his way in towards CEO. We're going back down below. This is where EP have had success.
Yeah, it's active again offsite though from EP. Last time out, they really didn't want to peel. It was not a part of the game plan. We'll see if this time they're a little more reserved and happy to play more anchor, or if again they'll double and triple down above here and force the clear from Chiefs. Jigsaw retains position, open area. Bappin occupy elevator, and Brendo will do his hold, blue stairs. Bappin takes first contact, but he'll fall back, soaks up a tiny bit of util from the Grim, and there's the drop from Jigsaw. So this time around, EP a little more content in falling back, and it means now all 5 players basement with the asterisks of Brendo still over blue side. But even he will reposition, so not wanting to solo that part of the map. Exchange is actually with Cairo. So maybe just repositioning those smokes in a position that can be more effective for the rear hit, and Cairo can play up close shotgun.
Yeah, again, it's very evident Chiefs are happy to just play the time game themselves. Triple stack over towards square. And closer to Cairo, who is currently playing blue stairs, but he's sensing the pressure. Falls back a little bit, then slowly makes his way back up. Now that hatch has been opened up. Cairo could be in a little bit of trouble here. But if he does die, and he only dies in the next 15-20 seconds, then time becomes the factor for Chiefs. The drop down will be successful. Cairo tries to chance his opportunity. Didn't quite connect with the first shot. Doesn't get a chance at the second. Overwhelmed, 40 seconds, 5v4 for Chiefs.
Did okay considering his position. Jay Kenner with the fuse.
Vulcan
he can clear the
canisters.
Goyos late. Yeah, those Vulcan canisters popped, and so there might be a narrow opportunity for the default plant here, keeping in mind there is still the 1 Nitro available and Brendo 3 gas babes.
Yeah, that's going to be where you need to get some main stairs pressure. Try and get really fighting while the utility is sent out. Because suddenly there's only 15 seconds left. What this will also do is have to force through the push through the smoke. And Jake Kenner's already shown that he can very much do that. There's the kill onto Jigsaw. Now they'll all go together. Jake Kenner pushes deep, going for the plant. Neptune holding the angle. Knows this one Garage wants to keep him preoccupied. Gets the kill anyway onto Too Hard. It's only Bappin left. A plant goes down. The rush from Chiefs will be successful. Everyone understood what they needed to do. Played their roles perfectly. Player doesn't make a move. Main stairs as Bappin pushes in towards CCTV. Player will start to then most likely push in behind him. Bappin taps the kit. Player pushes in, but it's Lunchbox who gets the kill. 3 straight for Chiefs.
Yeah, it was nice work there from Chiefs late round. It was pretty dire for them, even with the fuse for the util clearance. The path forward for even just entry into site looked tough. The layering of the utility from Brendo was on point, but they got broken apart in other ways, other points of the map. Hatch drop as well, ultimately a success. Over towards red, like there were opportunities aplenty there for EP to lock out that round, but just enough shown there, enough dimensions to the attack that they were able to break down the back line. EP responding with their tuck timeout.
I mean, it is bank attack. Side of teams can usually have some really good success on this side of the map. I don't think they're stressing too much too quickly. They themselves will be very very strong on their own attacking side. I honestly am probably thinking this might end up just being an attacker-sided Bank. Both teams have got really good quality on their entries and attacker win rates. Bank is also statistically right now in Oceania the most attacker-sided map, although it just sits at 50%. It is still number one.
Being defused by attackers.
I mean, they played the time management really well. They knew what their win con was. They had to get that main stairs push. They got it. They got a good couple of crucial kills as then Jake Kenner was going in for the plant, so good cover. Everyone just understanding their roles and executing, and that's where you're getting the round wins from. Yeah, EP aren't necessarily doing a lot wrong. I think Chiefs are just playing some really good siege right now, and EP are just going to have to respond. They'll get the timeout, get a rev up from Mag,
5 seconds remaining.
and go again here into the 5th round. 2 opportunities in the half to get some more defensive rounds on the board.
Yeah, over to open, and we'll be able to observe sort of what their approach will now be for these last 2 rounds of the half. As we saw on several occasions at Salt Lake City in particular, Mag often had really strong reads on the opposition and was able to articulate that in a short period of time and set the team up then for success going forward in how to counter what the opposition is looking to try and achieve. So we'll see what they do this time around against Chiefs. They'll bring the Dockerby and the Deimos lineup combination on the side of the attack, and we know that that can be incredibly difficult to play against for the defense. It'll be reliant on them trying to arguably contest that as much as possible and at least take one down, but if that's not possible, play tight with one another, because trades are going to be critical in supporting the defenders that are subject to either the payload or the tracker. Patient at the moment early from Chiefs. They've been loving this sort of build-up play style, not taking massive risk early. There is that first death mark, and they double down with the call onto Brendo over towards front desk. Can they net the kill? Doesn't seem like that will be the case. Brendo holds firm. No additional pressure layer to force him out of that front desk position.
Yeah, it's again another round though where Chiefs are just choosing when they want to go and when they don't want to go. Adrenal surge, now push in. Jake Kenner lost his life to Bappin. Finally, they get one to go their way. Tuhan also able to beat out Lunchbox, who I think just got a little overzealous. He's having a very good game. Just went for the solo push, shield down, losing his life. That actually goes kind of against the grain as to what we've seen from Chiefs so far in this half, where it's far more of that sort of togetherness and pushing with numbers and having good trade potential. At that point, you know, if Lunchbox goes down, there's just no chance of a trade. Same for Jake Kenner. Goes against the ethos of what we've seen from them so far in this half and puts Relays, Neptune, and Player in a very tricky position. But better from EP and understanding when Chiefs go, they really just go and send it. This time they've been shut down. Even though Brendo lost his life, he got the down onto Neptune. Good clear though from Player. He wants that revenge. Can they get that revival to Neptune? That's actually the critical part of this round. With 35 seconds, you get that revive. It's a straight 3v3. And it looks like he'll get it.
He has a death mark, Player double call. It's not over yet here for Chiefs, but Enterprise are in a commanding position.
Next kill is so crucial. Time running low. Relays pushing down square, hoping that someone will go for the swing. Tucks into Archives, gets lit up. Prone gets the kill onto Jigsaw. 5 seconds now by himself. Arguably needs to find the 2 kills, do so quickly. One close right, that's Cairo. There's the response from Enterprise. Much better in reading the play set by the attacking team as EP get their second round. And we keep going blow for blow here on Bank. Final round of the half coming up.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that the opening phase of that round from Chiefs was a little undercooked against a team as disciplined and as well-versed as EP. That the call and the deathmark combo onto Brendo, I think maybe against some players or some teams would have been enough to maybe dislodge him, make him feel uneasy. He could then go for a high-risk play, get caught by Player on the lobby repel, just as an example. But to the credit of Brendo, he held his position very firmly, did not give away any low percentage fight, and that actually aided, especially late in the round where he had direct impact as well outside of the indirect impact prior to that. So credit to Brendo. And Chiefs maybe just lacking an additional layer in the first phase of that round. And exposed against the high quality opposition of Enterprise. They do still find themselves in the lead, at least for now, as we
5 seconds to go.
go to the top 4, final round of the half, and we'll see if EP can draw the scoreline.
But it's lived up to the billing so far, hasn't it? I mean, this has been a really entertaining half. You can see the mind games and the strategy that's being employed. Both teams are trying to figure each other out. Chiefs went on a little bit of a good run. Of course, EP started with that opening round win. They get a second. If they can tie this up 3-3, yeah, that's a pretty good position, I think, for both teams. It's as much of a draw as you can possibly have. Neptune with the Rotero to clear out the barbed wire top main stairs.
Swapping mags.
And the trash talking has well and truly subsided. It feels like all 10 players are really locked in.
So player will lurk down below at the moment on the Dockerby rest of the attack on the fringe of the map. Neptune's deployed all of his Roteros, and so he'll now look to get gun up and a little more active. They don't have a ton more util clearance elsewhere. I'm intrigued to see what the game plan is here for Chiefs and how they'll look to realize that. Lunchbox with Kit. Cooking Candelas currently. And towards the site, being layered through. Chiefs now to make their move.
Kenna gets the opening kill. Player that push up main stairs has caught Cairo off guard. He was sitting there for a while. Made his move, gets the kill. Where's the response now from EP? Jigsaw playing long desk up close, though he wasn't ready for player to just sprint in. Jigsaw just looked flat-footed. They lose Tuhan as well to Neptune, and Brendo, like one of the rounds earlier on a 1v4, does get one. Tacked up heavily. Player just looks rampant. And in the end, it's the call that does the job. Chiefs will take a 4-2 lead into the half.
I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here.
Well, as we return, it's pretty evident Chiefs have got themselves into a very strong position. They just look like they're playing with a little bit more aggression, like it means a little bit more to them. Whatever the reasons it may be, it seems quite apparent. But Bank can lean itself certainly to a strong attacking standout. We got that from Chiefs. Will we get that now from Enterprise?
Yeah, absolutely. It's far too early to call this match either way, but credit to Chiefs especially, who at times when their backs have been either against the wall or they've been a little compromised in some of those attacking patterns, they fought really hard to make some awkward positions work. So credit to them in the first half. We'll see if they can withstand the pressure from EP over the next several rounds. Dockerby Glaz banned out for the attack. Kaid Castle for the defense. Top floor we go. Top rated player inside of the server as it stands. Still Lunchbox. Although, if the stats are to be updated soon, probably player who had a couple of standout rounds there towards the tail end.
Yeah, 9-3. Lunchbox, though, was the one who kind of kickstarted it all, 6-2. Who are going to be the ones for EP? The easy answers the likes of Bappin and Jigsaw, especially on the attack.
10 seconds to insertion.
Brando having a decent game. Two Han's been quiet.
5 seconds remaining.
Interestingly, we go straight to top floor rather than straight to basement. In this region, it's an 83% attacker win rate on CEO and executive. That's from 6 rounds. Make of it what you will, but those are the numbers. And interestingly, Cairo goes on to the Monty.
Oh, Relay's lit up over towards first floor blue stairs. Not entirely sure how that got caught. Potentially even from top square. As he's subject to the E1D and
I think he was
the
just
death mark.
holding top blue stairs and watching Electrical and Jigsaw push through. Yeah,
Oh,
there
he
you
wins
go.
the fight. Wow. That is a massive jewel for Relays to be winning out and frustrating for EP. Jigsaw especially, who now finds himself 4-7.
And just loses the death mark potential, the pressure that you can apply from down below. That's a really good catch from Relays. Yeah, he's low on health, but he's already kind of done his job. Place those Razor Blooms can get aggressive. And now
really
knows
have
as
to-
well, without the Deimos, he's chilling down below.
Exactly. He doesn't really need to move a muscle until EPL late into this push. Maybe if the defense starts to fall, then he moves, but otherwise he just goes for the late flank, whether it be square or main. He can still be a threat in this round.
Speaking of main, he has gone all the way up main stairs. He's now top floor, so he got moving pretty quickly. Well, this would be a great way to start the half if you choose. Neptune taking some damage, flamed down by Bappin and caught them by Brendo. Good little power play for EP between Brendo and Bappin. Cairo pulled out the pistol on the Monty, connected with the head of Jay Kenner. Goodbye to the Yokais in terms of the burst, but we do still get the info. He's now switching those cams, one in long desk, which is currently where player is located. Sensing the pressure and sensing the fact that the Monty's now pushing closer towards the site. And with Relays at 1 HP, this is now a very winnable round for Enterprise. They have completely changed the course of this 7th round. Cairo is getting a lot of information. They do have a Nitro Cell, but it's Lunchbox and Janitor.
Yeah, long way away. Player needs to go big here. Spotted out. Dead. Clean work from EP. And Lunchbox also falls. So EP able to flip that round quite quickly, very swiftly. Chiefs a little lackadaisical there through the mid round, and it proves very, very costly.
Yeah, that's now like an 86 or 87% attacker win rate on that particular site in this region from 7 rounds. That's proving to be quite difficult to defend. They'll go basement. They tried their shot, didn't work out, but really solid round from Enterprise. Just systematically took that round apart. And considering they lost Jigsaw so early into the round, they just didn't panic. They backed in what they wanted to do in the round, what they envisioned with Cairo on the Monty pushing up, getting info. And they kind of just got a bonus from him as well with the pistol kill onto Jay Kenner. You think about having that echo up, it's a really good help in dealing with the Monty. Getting the burst, dislodging the shield. So getting that kill onto Jay Kenner, I think really changed the course of the round. You can see the frustration there for Chiefs. 4-3, that's the start that EP needed, but now they're going to win basement. And this is a classical bunker denial setup for Chiefs.
Yeah, it looks like they might posture a little open area side. I'm assuming Lunchbox will play DMR, hatch open. But he'll peel pretty proactively. Could also be a whole elevator from relays. Hatch also pre-opened, so as long as they don't overstay their welcome, we are very much set up for a pretty old school bank, at least from the side of defense. EP will have plenty of avenues to try and negate that, whether it be very quick server or hatch drops late, back hit, garage lock, etc. And they'll assess those options over the course of the round. They bring a pretty traditional lineup themselves outside of, I suppose, the Solid Snake. And Jigsaw tasked with finding information through the early round, identifying what is and is not clear, and then could also be influential late round if they are forced into a late drop. He can relay critical info in the last portion of the round. Karo with the diffuser makes entry. Does Lunchbox stay or does he drop? Conservative decision, decides the drop, was also pinged out there by Jigsaw.
By the way, I was looking at some of the statistics from this game. There's not really any clear-cut standouts. Chiefs have done a little bit better in the opening kills. There's nothing really on the sheet that suggests this is one-sided, and the scoreboard reflects that. Only the one-round differential. Getting to work pretty comfortably on this square side here down through server. Cairo can go with the kit. That's clearly going to be their game plan.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, this is a classic Locker CCTV right now. If you're Chiefs, you're somewhat happy with this. Yeah, they're playing into your hand. They got to deal with the Vulcan canisters. You got the Shamika launcher, 2 Zotos left. You got 2 gas babes. So what are EP going to do to essentially rectify this?
All 5 members of the defense, they are getting pinged by the Solid Snake as well, so their rough positions accounted for. And Jay Kenner on the Tachanka, first to fall.
That's the big one again. Huge kill from Brendo. What a game he's having. 8 and 5. Long-range shot deals with one of the bigger denial threats, but there are still 2 gas babe from Neptune. He wants to hold them for as long as possible, knowing that he doesn't have the Shamika launcher anymore. Neptune has to stay alive here. There's one thrown. 22 seconds left on the clock. Kairo's gone deep, though. He's not inside of that gas babe. No other one thrown. Doesn't connect. Kairo's going to get the plant down and then play Monty in the post. Good shot as well from Brendo. The cover is great. He's got a 3rd in the round. He goes to double digits. It's old school Brendo. Flawless from Enterprise as they equal up this match at 4-4. Brendo winding the clock back a couple of years from when he was the young gunner coming up in this region.
Chiefs attack timeout. And there have been some glaring issues in these first couple of rounds. We think back to top floor, they fed 2 picks for free, no response. Literally not even straight gunfights. And that really helped EP unlock the side and win a round that didn't really look all that obtainable. Basement, we went. Tachanka dies first. Neptune misses his util. No flank opportunity afforded to the defense. EP punished every single one of those mistakes and took each opportunity with both hands. They didn't second guess. They didn't screw up. And ultimately,
how animated he is.
Were able to make it work. And Nate delivering a poignant message to the team that this isn't good enough. And if they don't turn it around quickly, EP will start running away with the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's very evident, though, that, attack is the favored side here in this match, but you've still got to go and get at least those 2 defensive rounds, which is what EP were able to manage. I think the disappointing thing from their perspective is that they lost basement. You can kind of lose the other sites, but you can't be losing basement. So they go again, and they change it up massively, guys. This is a completely different lineup.
Yeah, throw caution to the wind. That must have been off the back of the messaging from Nate and the discussion that the team has had. Looking to play structured anchored siege hasn't been working in the first 2 rounds. How much of that has been us versus EP's ability to counter it, I think, is up for debate. I'd probably lean more so at the Chiefs failing to play positions correctly, and EP kind of just took the opportunities that were presented to them. But either way, a shake-up was needed, whether that be in how they play the sites or the site selections themselves have clearly gone the style approach. And they're going to look to take the fight to EP in this round. This could well be determined in the first 60 to 90 seconds, depending on just how aggressively Chiefs wish to play.
Drones ready.
I mean, and look at the counter with the attacker repick. They just go full aggress as well. I mean, this is just 10 aggressive players inside of the server in this 9th round, tied 4-4. Jigsaw straight into ATMs. Have a feeling. It's a gut feeling. We may not see much of the site unless EP elect for a direct hit. Brendo is just lingering down in garage. It's completely vacant. For what it's worth, there's no one in the site. There's only one player in basement. That's Ken at bottom blue stairs. Karo is the one to find the opening kill. It's onto the Vigil of Neptune. The pistol is strong again from Cairo. Not for the first time in this match. And a drop down into Vault as EP switch gears. They go ultra fast. It's forcing the fallback now from Chiefs. Kenna down, caught by Tuhan. Chiefs wanted to play their own style, their own game, but EP are beating them at their own game. Another adrenal surge activated by Jigsaw. They're practically full health. 2v4, needing this kill. Relays will convert onto the blitz, but it's only Lunchbox left. Drop down unsuccessful. EP take the lead.
Well, it was a cheeky attempt from Chiefs, but EP directly counter it. That was by far the best round that they have played, in my opinion, so far here on Bank. They identified the comp, they identified the setup, and they knew exactly how to play against it. Didn't put a foot wrong, and as I said, the round likely to be determined within the first 60 to 90 seconds, and they had boots on site within that time frame with a strong advantage. And Chiefs, no response. EP have built up significant momentum now as Chiefs find themselves really tested.
3 of the last 4 rounds now to Enterprise. They've got all of the momentum. They've got the lead.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
And it's top floor from Chiefs. I already mentioned the earlier statistic. It's not kind for the defense. For whatever reason, they just do not want to play staff in open area. Do you want the other fun fact? Staff in open area is the most defender-sided site in the region. At 71%.
10 seconds to go.
Interesting.
5 seconds
I suppose when you consider that both the Glaz and the Capital are banned out, and with operators such as the Mirror, which isn't of course being played, but the Warden as well, those kinds of compositions of bans and free operators should bolster top floor a little bit, but they go a little adjacent to that. They'll bring the Clash instead as Army to try and make more of the site playable and catch the Fortify. This will be an intriguing battle and a key one for Chiefs. EP win, it's a 6-4 lead. Overtime secured, and I don't envision Chiefs being able to wrangle back that momentum. It's going to be tough, and they'll be put in a very awkward position as well for the upcoming site selection if they are unsuccessful here once more. So
it also means they can't get the 3 points if they lose this round.
Yeah, which will also mean that Man LFO will retain top spot in OCE.
Kara has been very good on the shield plate tonight. Brendo's really done a lot of heavy lifting as well in the franking department. Slow start for Tuhan, but he's starting to have more of an impact. They just look far more comfortable on the attacking side of Bank. I mean, but so did Chiefs. And they're just playing this again, really default. But player gets an angle. Finally something to go the way of the Chiefs. They get the opening kill onto Cairo. That's the Blackbeard. He's been good. Tuhan tacked up heavily as well. Now Dead stayed too close to the window on the rappel for too long. The player will punish. Finally something to go the way of the Chiefs for the first time in this second half. They've got the advantage, a significant one. Now you very much can stay tucked in. Play site, play the set positions. 60 seconds left and wait for EP to make their move.
Yeah, credit to player. Up to 11-6, been a standout for Chiefs, and EP unable to contain his aggro position in the site. Jigsaw to lurk. Being available. It's player.
It's not often you see Jigsaw unable to connect, and player will take advantage. He gets the kill. He's third of the round. Shut down though by Bappin at the window on the upside down rappel. But Neptune gets rid of Brendo, who's also having an incredible game. 5-5 is now looking incredibly likely. Relays just postures on the clash. Oh, what a headshot. And Relays jumps out. Hang on a second. If Bappin had got that quick kill, could have been interesting. But now it's no longer interesting as he retreats to the roof. He knows he can't get inside of the building the way he would like to. Doesn't have the kit, no time. It's all tied up. Players round. He was the difference. Round 11 shapes up to be the biggest one of this gigantic match. Who can win this to secure at least 1 point and deny the other from all three?
And
we'll find out after this tech pause.
Yeah, tech pause called in the chat. What a remarkable effort though there from player. Takes it upon himself to play it open and expose aggressive position with the DMR. Of course, former member of this EP roster. We highlighted the tweet earlier from Bappin in response to the roster changes that were made where both he and Relays were dropped out and the super team was then formed. Player though gets the last laugh in that round, but probably not the last laugh to be had in this matchup. EP, I still can't help but feel are in a strong position. And there's going to be questions posed as to where Chiefs elect to go for this next defense. Outside of that round, it hasn't been the best half for them.
Oh, Nate's now vibing out. He looks a little bit more comfortable.
A bit more chill.
He,
The tac time out looked very intense.
Oh. I wonder what he's listening to. Of course, he cannot talk during the technical timeout. None of the coaches can, none of the players can. I mean, is he listening to the same music we're listening to? He's bobbing up and down. I mean, look, it's been the game we wanted. The game we've got. 5-5. I mean, realistically, I don't think there's a world in which one of these two, like whoever loses, I guess, would miss out on finals. I don't think that would happen. No. But if you do lose it, you do have that very small chance that it could happen. You don't like that feeling. It's not great. Looking ahead for both of these two teams, Enterprise will play Barbie Boys tomorrow. That's certainly not a gimme. EB played really well tonight. And then they play Man LFO actually on play day 7. I mean, then for Chiefs, they play Man LFO tomorrow night, and then they play Arcade on play day 7. So looking at those two games, there's probably more to lose for EP, because there is every world in which Barbie Boys and Man LFO could do the job on them in a best of one. Not saying they would. EP would probably go in as favorites in both of those games, but it's certainly a slightly tougher schedule compared to Chiefs. And Chiefs, of course, do have the extra point over EP already naturally.
We have been given word that several players restarting their client, and so presumably the lobby's still up. We'll be ready to jump back in only a few minutes. Only 3 slots still remain in the finals, with Man LFO claiming the first spot. Certainly not concrete in terms of final position and seeding, but they can no longer be knocked out of the top 4. As you said, Chiefs, EP, neither a lock, but both highly probable. A win here would go a long way towards securing that, if not officially, at least very close to.
Opening kill conversion, 10 rounds played, 8 out of 2. That's a very high percentage as well. So clearly indicating that whoever can get those early picks are, statistically most likely to go on and win the round. Both teams had one where they didn't convert, so that's equal. And you think about as we go into, rounds 11 and 12, it's probably something to keep an eye on. You look at the multi-kills, 2 from player, 2 from Brendo, 1 from Lunchbox, so that's been pretty equal. 3 plants in the first half as well from Chiefs, only the 1 from EP in the second half, but admittedly they haven't needed to plant. I mean, it's as pretty equal as it can be. I mean, even in the opening kill department, it's 5-5. I mean, there's nothing really separating these two at the moment. Obviously, we heard that Nate interview relayed at the start before this game. That was back from Playday 1. Their goal is to be the best. They're not happy to just be second fiddle, take that second slot. They want to be the best in the region, and they're fighting for it. Bolvin 7 from Player. He's actually the only one for Chiefs that is going positive at the moment in a 5-5 game. He's been the standout. Brendo 11-6 has been the standout though for EP. We get back into the game after the technical timeout has been sorted.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, the tension is built, and it's basement for Chiefs again. They have lost this twice in a row in rounds 8 and 9. Finally found salvation on the top floor, but ready to give this another go with another whole new lineup.
That's the difficulty for Chiefs. In those 2 losses, going for 2 very distinct play styles, 2 very different defensive compositions. One was the more classical peel back from open. The second was a double down on the offside aggression. And in that most recent round, EP identified it early, able to execute the back hit. They completely flooded site, overwhelmed the defense, and Chiefs were made to look second rate. So this feels like a massive moment in the match where Chiefs are desperately searching for this site win. As you said, it's their 3rd attempt. 3 straight losses on this site, and the path forward to victory looks challenging. They then need to be looking to push OT on a site that we haven't seen yet from them. So, not quite must win for Chiefs, but it very much has that kind of feeling. What do EP have in the tank to counter and attack into this 3rd lineup?
Drone active. Watch out. Enemy device nearby.
Deployed barrier.
And more of the same from EP, I guess, on their perspective. They've been really utilizing this solid snake quite a lot. Just 5-stack for Chiefs. Just going to play the waiting game. Try not to give Enterprise any early picks. Rely on J. Kenner with the gas babes. But also not overly reliant on full denial. Neptune, good shield placement as well. The way he's kind of playing this doesn't make it easy to clear because he's not playing top blue stairs. He's got help from relays too over towards server. And with the tripwire connectors too, just kind of denies a little bit of that fast drop down the hatch.
Yeah, this is cheeky from Chiefs. It's a big investment.
This is nice.
Yeah. The Thatcher, though, good counterplay from Brendo, can clear and disrupt a lot of this util.
Kuhan gets the kill. Neptune couldn't quite beat out because of the Monty pushing down, but Relays does get the trade. That double stack pays dividends. Does need to be cautious, though, because he's now getting a little bit more stuck towards the back end of this corner, deep inside a server. But if he can play the long angle, maybe a swing, someone from site could help out. And I'm getting the sense of feeling he's about to be overwhelmed. Is there a chance that maybe Lunchbox can get a long angle? But it's Relays with a headshot onto Cairo, who's been impervious on the shield play tonight. Brendo took a tiny bit of damage there on that swing as well from Relays. And suddenly now Chiefs have got the advantage. Relays can just play for his life from here. Even if he dies, it then only becomes a 3v3, of which he does. Brendo sneaks in, gets a good angle. What a game from Brendo. And what a round this is turning out to be. 27 seconds, 3v3.
Yeah, EP will probably need to be pretty dynamic here. There's a lot of denial available for the default. 2 gas babes for J. Kenner. EP will be relying on the drop here.
They need the rotations. They need to adapt quickly. Jigsaw ready for the drop. Oh, but he's caught by Lunchbox sitting over towards loading docks. Bap and Brendo have to send it through, but there's still another gas babe. Trying to just find an angle inside of side. Bappen's going to go down. Chiefs will take a 6-5 match point lead. Enterprise can no longer get all 3 points from this game. Their best hope is forcing overtime.
Credit to Chiefs. Big statement made. And third time's a charm on the basement site. They kept it simple. They kept it compact. The double stack over towards server, though, ended up being a determining selection in the round. And the execution from Relays, who's had a handful of massively influential moments and round-defining moments in this match so far, delivers again. Statline may not look particularly impressive, but his impact has been big in this matchup. There was the trade. And that shot there onto Cairo was huge. And despite falling not long in the round, Jigsaw not given an opportunity to drop. And there was no route forward for the default plant. EP, their opportunity for max points now taken away. Open area for round 12. The final of regulation. The first appearance of this site, which is remarkable to say.
And it means as well for Enterprise, they haven't really seen what Chiefs might have cooked up on this site.
Attackers are heading out.
You know, whereas Locus and CCTV, top floor, they got to see that a couple of times, get a bit of an idea, get to play around that. Now they've got to see this and only this once. And Relays went for a spawn peek. That could have been absolutely devastating for Enterprise. This is looking like a pretty standard 3-2 split, 3 above, 2 below. Lunchbox will play janitor at the moment on the smoke. How much pressure can Enterprise apply to force that drop down and get this top floor control, of which they want? They've brought Bapid onto the ramp. All the pressure now is firmly with Enterprise. Don't forget, they've got the slightly harder run home. Play Barbie Boys and then LFO. They lose both those games and this, they won't make finals. Cairo slips into long desk. 2 players over towards main stairs, but they avoid him, and that's an adrenal surge that didn't really gain a whole lot, only helping aid that push into top floor, of which they've now acquired.
It's been patient from both teams so far. Not a ton of risk taken. As they utter that sentence, Jay Kenner chipped down, now half HP. Lunchbox as well, 75. So positive start for EP. Some map control now up above. Bappin can get to work with the Boogie Auto breaches. As they start posturing, start formulating their plan for the final hit. Chiefs continue to linger, seeing if they can catch somebody off guard. A reposition as well over towards blue stairs from player, and he could be influential for the late round flank. It's a horizontal posture from EP, kit in the hands of Cairo Tellers. Can Chiefs sustain this pressure? 60 seconds on the clock, and EP within arm's reach of the objective.
But it's player that gets the opening kill. The revenge match, the grudge match. Bappin hasn't quite had his usual influence in this match, but he could still have something to say. 40 seconds, time running low. As Jay Cannon with a shotgun gets rid of Jigsaw. And Brendo falls. It's starting to fall apart for Enterprise. Chiefs are on the verge. They're so close, they can taste it. Cairo dashing, desperately pulled out the pistol. Not dead just yet. Not down and out, but almost. It feels almost as if this one's done. Chiefs look as if they're going to get all 3 points against Enterprise. Only Bappin left. He's got one on each side. Hits one, but no push out from player. Sits prone deep over towards blue stairs. Bappin doesn't have the time to clear him. Doesn't have the time to plant. It's Chiefs' time to take over this region once again. So much still to play here for stage 1, but the statement has been made as EP crumble again for the 2nd straight week. It's Chiefs that capitalize. They go to 13 points and they leave Enterprise stranded on 9, still looking to try and secure a final spot for themselves with only 2 playdays to go.
Yeah, huge result there for Chiefs. And it started to look dire in the second half, facing the wave of momentum. EP looked strong on those first 3 attacks, but then they were able to find some form of their own, did just enough to get this result across the line, and critically, in regulation, they take away any opportunity for EP to jump up the standings. And as we're saying, and as you've said yourself, it does now just compromise their run towards the top 4. Nothing is a guarantee from this point onwards for EP.
So second place is still the position for Chiefs after this win, not making up the round differential against Man Esports LFO. They actually play them tomorrow. We get the 1v2 battle tomorrow night. But for Enterprise, they actually now drop down to 4th place from 3rd place. And as I said before, guys, they play Barbie Boys, who actually now go up into 3rd place. And then on the last day, they play Man LFO. By no means are those easy games. They have to lock back in mentally, do so pretty quickly, or they could be the shock of the year, probably of all time in this region, if they don't make finals. They got some big games coming up. They need to regroup, recover very quickly. For Chiefs, though, job done, big statement made, but they've got another statement they need to make tomorrow if they really want to claim that top spot.
Yeah, that's right. It's not quite top spot for Chiefs. Round differential will keep them trailing Man LFO, at least for now, but all but confirming them really for finals, and that's ultimately what really matters. I don't expect the seeding to be hugely influential. I think the biggest takeaway from them, though, is that they get that result, right? As we saw pre-match, Nate was thinking about this matchup as far back as the very first play day and expecting them to go on and get a result, and that's exactly what they've been able to deliver.
Well, let's go and chat with Nate, fresh off of the win for Chiefs against Enterprise. First thing I've got to say, Nate, is congratulations on the victory. You guys obviously bounced back from what was a shock defeat to Shy Academy last week. But as you brush past EP, I'm going to be a little bit troll. All eyes now focused on the 1v2 tomorrow against the other best team in the region in Man LFO.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like, yeah, that Man LFO game tomorrow will be really good, I think. We treat them exactly the same as we treat EP, because we know how much effort and how much hard work they put behind the scenes. So that means when we go into that game, we expect it to be just as difficult, if not more difficult. So yeah, I think that will be a good game tomorrow.
Yeah, congrats on the win, mate. There were certainly some tricky moments over the course of that map, and during your tactical timeout, actually, we were looking at the player cam on your end, and it looked a little animated. What was the messaging over the course of that break, and how did you look to try and recover during this map?
Honestly, I had a bit of flashbacks to last week, because I'll be honest, something that we worked on, and I'm not taking any credit away from Shy Academy, because I think they played brilliantly against us and EP on Chalet, but our differences this stage is definitely our defense halves. We definitely put ourselves in a little bit of a shell, and as soon as we lost those first 2 rounds, like I think the CEO round, we got first pick on below, which we knew we were going bank before the stage started against EP. I think even like the old rosters in Chiefs EP, you guys would know, like every BO3 was a bank Chalet, 3rd decider. It was always something like that, you know what I mean? So we knew we were going to go to bank or maybe one other map, but we did our work and we did our theory, and like we got that first pick and we had really good early rounds, but we just weren't able to get it over the line. I think we're playing a bit scared. We're playing, I guess, yeah, a bit like timid. And as soon as I called the attack, I wasn't yelling, I wasn't really animated. It was more I was just trying to get them to breathe and reset and realize, like, they're giving us so much space in these early rounds. They're not really doing anything. Like they were just like sitting there chilling. I'm like, hey boys, we can just keep getting in their face and we can keep pushing the envelope a little bit more, and then, you know, we can take our time and take the gaps later. So yeah, it definitely was more of a inspirational, you guys can actually go and do this. There's no need to be scared of these guys. We've versed them so much now. But the 4th map we've versed them now in 2 stages, so we know what to expect.
The lead up on the broadcast for this match, Nate, was somewhat, not entirely centered, but mentioned regarding, you know, player Bappin, the previous time that they spent together on Enterprise, and Bappin making that tweet about getting rid of the rest, upgrading, etc. All that aside, player, of course, absolutely popped off tonight. He was so influential, so many big impact kills. Sometimes you can get a lot of kills, they don't always matter, but I just felt like when he was getting kills, they either changed the course of the round or they started off the round. Did he have any extra motivation himself that you were aware of coming into this match?
Oh, I mean, like, I guess for sure, because obviously, like, the amount of success they had, right, I don't think a lot of people saw such a big shift. Like, they went to every single event as that roster. So I think for him, even kickoff, it's obviously a bit of motivation to prove that, like, he doesn't need the other players. He doesn't need, like, Bappin, Tuhan, whatever it is, to be successful. I think for him, he doesn't really look at it as an individual one-on-one. He's very screwed on, and every single time it's not, oh, hey guys, I'm going to get my revenge, I'm going to do that. It's always, hey guys, we are going to get this victory, we're looking to push forward. So I guess there was a bit of motivation, but he puts it in the right places for sure.
Nate, we'll give you the floor here. Anything you'd like to say?
Oh, obviously, thank you, Chiefs. Thank you, boys, all that good stuff. And I guess we'll see you tomorrow.
Hopefully we can chat to you tomorrow. Best of luck. Congrats again on the win.
Have a good night, boys.
A win indeed for Chiefs, 7-5 over Enterprise for what was the match of the day build and much of the day once it concluded. Player, the MVP of this game, 133 EPS, 14-7. The revenge, was well sought, and he got his revenge in the end.
He absolutely did. His impact and influence on the match was significant. And again, I just want to give another quick shout out to Relays as well. Numbers might not suggest it, but another former player of that EP roster also had some really big moments. You think about the basement server hold, that Jigsaw Battle Blue Stairs. He seemed to just be dominating that part of the map. So look, a well-rounded team effort from them. And I'm very, very interested to see in future how we compared the Chiefs now in best of one format compared to best of three. Whether they'll grow and improve or whether or not they'll regress, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, again, finals shaping up to be very, very interesting. And EP, are they even going to make finals? They should, but it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, that's the right way to kind of frame it, right? They should, but there's still two big games to go. I mean, if they win tomorrow against Barbie Boys, I think that will probably be enough to probably see them into that top four. So a huge game for them, and in some ways also a huge game for Chiefs tomorrow. So more big games still to come for the week of Oceania. Our MVP for the day, though, I think Player almost was looking to pip it, but no, we had to give it to Walsh. He was outstanding in his earlier match for Barbie Boys. Just highly influential. Probably his best game of his career. Short career, but his best.
Yeah, absolutely. He was dominant on a couple of roles, and that 78% cost reflective that he had big influence over the course of the match. And the replay package from him will show a couple of those key moments. It wasn't really limited to one half or the other. He just always seemed to be in the action and making plays that on the surface didn't look super high percentage, not because they were poorly thought out, but because they were in rough spots given how the rest of the round had sort of transpired. And he, I don't know, dug deep, found the inspiration to go for some of those plays, and the execution from him, I think, was just absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, credit to him. Player just falling short of the mark, but Walsh doing phenomenally earlier in the night as well.
They're probably going to need him to be at that sort of level tomorrow, aren't they, for Barbie Boys against Enterprise? When you consider for Enterprise going into tomorrow, close to almost must win as they play Man LFO in the final play day. I think that for them, it's going to be a big battle and a good test as well for Barbie Boys too against an EP team that's going to be looking to bounce back. So yeah, a big opportunity for Walsh and co. Congrats to him. I think Player was outstanding too. I mean, when you take in consideration a 7-5 match, EP Chiefs, Player for me, what he was able to do in a big game like that, I'd probably tip my hat, but we actually penciled in Walsh. I said before the game, I said, unless someone does something absolutely crazy, it has to go to Walsh. Player maybe just didn't quite do enough to pip him, but yeah, big for Walsh. And always good to see as well in this region to see those new up-and-comers continue to perform and grow into the region, become stars themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And that finals battle really continues to heat up in the mid-table. Of course, it is the 4 spots for finals, 2 spots ultimately at EWC. And it has shaken up in a way that I didn't really foresee. The order of these teams is far from what I expected. We don't have Chiefs or EP first, second currently. Man LFO lead the pack. Rival have a real shot to potentially still make top 4, and there's other permutations elsewhere. So the last 2 play days of OCE are going to heat up and be some of the biggest in terms of group stage that I think we've had for a couple of years.
And of course, with Chiefs, Man, LFO playing each other tomorrow, whoever wins that in regulation is just the #1 seed going into finals. So that's a huge game. Barbie Boys obviously playing tomorrow against Enterprise. So we have 1v2 and 3v4 tomorrow, which is going to completely shake up the top 4, then going into the last play day next week. And then Clearly, on the flip side of things, when you look at that bottom four, for Arcade, they're out. For 6 targets, they're practically out as well. In terms of the games that we have tomorrow for these teams in particular, so 6 targets will play Rival, so that's a must-win for Rival. They want to stay in contention. And for Shy Academy, they play Arcade. You'd imagine they should go and win that game as well. That would put them to 8 points. Rival would go 9 points. And very quickly, guys, you can see how close it's going to get for that 3-4 position. From here, Chiefs and Man LFO should be pretty safe.
Yeah, you would imagine so, but I don't think we can say anything with too much certainty, right? There have been a significant amount of upsets so far, EP and Chiefs on the receiving end of those heading into this playday. And I think for many, no disrespect at all to Chiefs. I don't think it would have been unfair if you favor them going into this matchup, but they, for most, probably the underdog in this game as well. So who knows what the next couple of playdays could produce. There is a world in which EP don't make it, and we see a big upset in terms of the standings.
Now, as Jack likes to say on Twitter, babe, wake up, it's EML day. Of course, EML will be beginning very soon, well, 4 hours time. So I don't know what time he wakes up. I swear he must get up at like 6 in the morning or something to
He's
make
an early
that tweet.
grinder.
He doesn't. He's a very early grinder. I swear he did it like 4 hours ago, and then the broadcast doesn't start for another 4 hours. But yes, EML later on today as well. And then, of course, tomorrow we are going to be back with OCE, which is going to be a huge Playday 6, as we just saw and just laid out all the permutations. It's a huge night coming up. EP losing to Chiefs. Can they bounce back tomorrow? Huge games all around. We hope to see you then.